5P movement. It is the maiden edition of the Prudential Africa Sprint to MDRT Conference 2024. Be part of this life-changing experience. Expect inspiring keynote sessions, networking opportunities with industry leaders, innovative ideas and strategies to grow your sales enterprise and your team. The event will be graced by the CEO of Prudential Africa, Emmanuel Mokobi-Arye, the Chief Officer, Commercial, Strategy and Operations at Prudential Africa, Akumail Ace Majija, the Financial Services Director, Prudential Singapore, Chi Ten Hun, the Senior Financial Services Director, Prudential Singapore, Angeline Huang, renowned broadcaster, Bernard Avale, will give the keynote address. This event is hosted by the Chief Executive Officer of Prudential Life Insurance Ghana, Jane Mingle, and the Acting Chief Distribution Officer of Prudential Life Insurance Ghana, Michael Ansa Otu. It is happening on Tuesday, 24th September 2024 at Alisa Hotel, Tema, Ghana. Do not be left out. See you there. Join the 5P movement. It is the maiden edition of the Prudential Africa Sprint to MDRT Conference 2024. Be part of this life-changing experience. Expect inspiring keynote sessions, networking opportunities with innovative ideas and strategies to sales sessions, networking opportunities with industry leaders, innovative ideas and strategies to grow your sales enterprise and your team. The event will be graced by the CEO of Prudential Africa, Emmanuel Mokobi-Arye, the Chief Officer, Commercial, Strategy and Operations at Prudential Africa, Akumail Ace Majija, the Financial Services Director, Prudential Singapore, Chi Ten Hun, the Senior Financial Services Director, Prudential Singapore, Angeline Huang, renowned broadcaster, Bernard Avale, will give the keynote address. This event is hosted by the Chief Executive Officer of Prudential Life Insurance Ghana, Jane Mingle, and the Acting Chief Distribution Officer of Prudential Life Insurance Ghana, Michael Ansa Otu. to grow your sales enterprise and your team. The event will be graced by the CEO of Prudential Africa, Emmanuel Mokobi Arye, the Chief Officer, Commercial, Strategy and Operations at Prudential Africa, Akumail Ace Majija, the Financial Services Director, Prudential Singapore, Chi Ten Han, the Senior Financial Services Director, Prudential Singapore, Angeline Huang, renowned broadcaster, Bernard Avale, will give the keynote address. This event is hosted by the Chief Executive Officer of Prudential
Good morning, Prudential.
Good morning.
I can't feel the energy. Good morning, Prudential.
Good morning.
How are you feeling today?
Good. Very good. Excellent. Oh, yes.
Awesome. A very good morning to each and everyone here. Before we begin, definitely we need to start with God. And to do that, with the opening prayer, we would call on our zonal manager for Region A, Rexford. Please, a round of applause for Rexford Redu to give us the opening prayer. We can do it better for him.
All right, so shall we be upstanding, please? With the greatest respect. Father, in the name of Jesus, we want to thank you for such a day. We thank you for the gift of life. We also want to thank you for how far you brought us. Lord, we have gathered here unto no other person but unto you. We ask that, Lord, take preeminence over this meeting. We ask that whatever we are going to discuss, let it be to the benefit of the business and let it be to the benefit of us as well. We commit our senior managers, we commit the board members, we commit the hem of affairs, those at the top level, Mukobi and the team. Lord, we ask that, Lord, grant them grace from above, grant them uncommon favor. We pray in the name of Jesus that every strategic decision that they will take to move Prudential to the next level, Lord, we ask that, Lord, be in it for them, O Lord. And we ask that above all, Lord, let us see that indeed this meeting has been fruitful. We soak and we commit the FCs who are here, virtually everybody across the region. We ask the Lord, may your grace and mercy that surpasses all understanding be upon us. The Bible declares in Psalm 27 verse 13 that I remain confident of this, that will see the goodness of the Lord in the land of the living. Once we are gathered here at Alisa, O Lord, we pray that let it be established in the realms of the Spirit for us to see the goodness that you have for us for 2024. We thank you and may the saints say amen.
Amen. Please, a round of applause for our zonal manager for Region A, Rexford. We are live at Alisa Hotel Tema, and this is an unforgettable experience at the Prudential Africa Sprint to MDRT Conference 2024. It's the first of its kind, ladies and gentlemen. Please, a round of applause for the maiden edition. Today, we are embracing the 5P MDRT movement, where we'll be embracing growth, innovation, and success. My name is Wilson Nanai J. Kofi. I'll be your master of ceremony. And doing this, I can't do it alone. I'll need a better half for this ceremony. Please, a round of applause for my co-MC, Gloria Yamsing.
Thank you. Good morning, Prudential.
Good morning. We'll move straight into our Pru song, and nobody does it better than Goni Sani. He is the zonal manager for the broker space. Please, a round of applause for George Okwe Note Yebua as leads us in the Pru song.
Aho! Aho! One Prudential, one force. MDRT. MDRT. Welcome to Prudential Ghana. And we are in Accra. And before we sing our song, the Ghana version, the rendition, we have a preamble that we say, Mofe Moleake Waji number one. Simply saying that everyone knows we are number one. So anytime you hear Mofe Moleake Waji number one, understand it means everyone knows we are number one. Let's be upstanding as we do our song. Please clear your throat and get ready for this, because this is our energy level, and the way we sing is how the event is going to be like. Mofe Moleake Waji number one, share the same destination. We all work together as one. In this place there is only one vision, and that's to be the number one. We all have the right combination. Care and quality, there's no compromise. Doing the very best will be our mission. It's something that we need to realize. It's something very special in our eyes. We are Prudential. Our values mean a lot. We are the people who give it all we've got. With the sunny disposition, we can overcome the odds. Yes, we have a valid reason to believe we are number one. Take one more step. Reach out for excellence. We'll do whatever it takes to touch the sky. And we help each other reach our aspirations. And we know that we can do it if we strive. Who are we? Prudential. Our values mean a lot. We are the people who give it all we've got. With the sunny disposition, we can overcome the odds. Yes, we have a valid reason to believe we are number one. We are number one. For the last time, we are number one. Mofe Moliake, Oji number one. Thank you.
A round of applause for Goni Sani. Indeed, we are number one. Since it's the maiden edition for Prudential Africa Sprint to MDRT Conference 2024, we have other local business units joining us online. So we have Kenya, we have Nigeria, we have Uganda, we have Zambia, and then here we are, here in Ghana, yes. So next up, we'll be having a flag ceremony. Each LBU is represented by their able FCs or consultants here. But before they come up, we'll have a live chant, and then we'll start with Kenya. Kenya will give us a live chant before we mount the flag. So Kenya, if you can hear us, you can give us your live chant. Before we mount the flag. So Kenya, if you can hear us, you can give us a live chant. Hello, Kenya. All right, we'll do a video before the representative come up. So let's watch. A round of applause for our Kenyan representative. Isn't this beautiful?
We did it, we conquered. We did it, we conquered. We did it, we conquered.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for our Kenya representative. Next up, we have our Nigerian brothers. Yes, so give it up for Nigeria.
We are Prudential. We do MDRT. We are Prudential. Yes, let's do MDRT.
So the meaning of their flag, the green stripe, represents the wealth in the country.
We are Prudential.
Next up, we have Uganda. We have Uganda. The three colors are representative of African people. The yellow represents the sunshine, and the red we see in the flag represents the brotherhood, where red being the color of blood through which all Africans are connected. A round of applause for Uganda. Next up, we have Zambia. We have Zambia. Please, a round of applause for Zambia. We can do it better for them. The red represents the struggle for freedom, black, the people of Zambia, orange, the country's mineral wealth, and the green, the natural resources. And the eagle in flight symbolizes the freedom in Zambia and the ability to rise above the country's problem. Please, a round of applause for Zambia. And to the host nation, Ghana. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome the Ghana. Yes. The host nation, Ghana. Red represents the blood of those who died in the country's struggle for independence. The gold represents the mineral wealth of the country. The green symbolizes the country's rich forest, and the black stands for Africans' freedom. Please, a round of applause again for the country, Ghana. Awesome.
better. We can do it better. That was a charming display of Ghanaian culture, Adowa dance from the Ashanti tribe. Up next, we have a very distinguished gentleman to give us the welcome address. This gentleman has a Bachelor of Science degree from a Bachelor's of Social Science from the University of Cape Coast in Ghana. He has an MBA in Global Business and Sustainability from the Catholic University of Milan. I'm not done. He has 24 years experience in insurance business, and he is our acting Chief Distribution Officer in Ghana. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's welcome Mr. Michael Anseltu.
Thank you very much, Gloria. Our Africa CEO, Mr. Emmanuel Mokobi Ai, the Chief Officer, Commercial Operations and Strategy, Ace Achimoli, Agency Director, Africa, John Abaka, CEOs of our respective LBUs, the senior management team, CDO Nigeria, Omo Ozebi, CDO Uganda, Edgar Asiwi, CDO of Kenya, Jane Tutu, CDO of Zambia, Sophia Tembi, MDRT qualifiers in all Africa LBUs. Financial consultants participating in this maiden Africa Sprint Conference are distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. All protocols observed. A very good morning to you all. It's my greatest honor and pleasure to welcome all of you to this momentous occasion in Ghana as the maiden host of Prudential Africa Sprint. In our local Ghanaian Akan language, I say Akwaba to you all, Akwaba. So why is this conference a big deal? It's a big deal because, well, today's conference brings together our top year-to-date MDRT qualifiers in all Africa LBUs, distinguished invited speakers for this program, the management team in ARH, our CEOs, senior management team, heads of departments, our clients and potential clients, and financial consultants who are online participating in this conference. The aim of this program is to inform, educate, provide great networking opportunities, and game-changing strategies that will help participants enhance their knowledge and grow their business. The program is divided into 3 stages. The first stage will be an inspiring address by our Africa CEO. The second stage is an informative talk by invited guest speakers. And the third stage is a panelist discussion by selected MDRT qualifiers from each LBU. All these stages will assist participants enhance their knowledge and add to their expertise. We look forward to an exciting conference with a lot of learning, networking, and sharing, so we can get more financial consultants to qualify to become MDRT. For those who have already qualified, congratulations to you. And for those who are yet to qualify, more grace to your elbows. I wish us all fruitful deliberations and a successful conference. Thank you very much.
Please, we need to still clap for our acting CDO, Mr. Michael Anseltu, as he takes his seat. Wouldn't waste much time, we'll move straight into the address by our acting CEO. I'll give a little profile about her before she comes off stage. So, Madam Jane Mingle is a senior business leader with over 17 years experience in life insurance, underwriting, product development, data analytics, and then software application development. She holds lots of certificates MSc in Actuarial Science from the University of Waterloo. When we're introducing the acting CDO, we're mentioning university, so we can't miss out mentioning the university of our CDO. Yes, please, a round of applause for that. She also holds MSc in Mathematics from Youngstown State University. Yes. And the last thing is, she also has a certificate, a chartered insurance, a diploma in chartered insurance from the Chartered Insurance Institute of Ghana, CII, from the UK as well. And then she loves Coke. I don't want to miss that. She loves Coke. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome our acting CEO, Madam Jane Minkel. Yes.
Good morning, Prudential. I don't know who gave Wilson all these things that he's saying, but most of them are not true. Good morning, Prudential. How are we all feeling today? I welcome you all, our esteemed MDRTs and COTs, to this maiden Prudential Africa MDRT experience. To all the representatives of the LBUs here in Ghana, I say Akwaba to all of you. I hope you are enjoying Ghana. We have excellent hospitality, and please make sure that you enjoy our globally accredited and endorsed jollof before you leave the shores of Ghana. It is a real privilege to have our Chief Executive Officer for Africa, Mr. Emmanuel Mokobi Ayi, and our Chief Officer for Commercial Strategy and Operations, Mr. Chumile. He will be joining us shortly to be part of this maiden edition of the African Sprint, MDRT Sprint. This is a vision that they envisaged, and today it has been birthed. So we are very happy and excited. And I'm also excited that Ghana is hosting the sprint, considering that Ghana was the first footprint for Prudential's entry to Africa. My fellow CEOs online, the Director of Agency for Africa, the senior management team, chief agency and commercial officers across all the LBUs, thank you for your collaboration and continuous support to push MDRT culture in all our LBUs and for making this vision to come to life today. I must say that this is just the beginning of another beautiful African story. To all our MDRTs here already qualified and those who are aspiring to qualification, congratulations for achieving this remarkable feat. Being part of the top 1% of financial consultants globally and dealing with thousands of customers in Africa places you in a very special position. Now, being MDRT is synonymous to professionalism, high ethical standards, and consistency. And the theme for this sprint, consistency, the key to MDRT excellence, is particularly relevant as we navigate the complexities of our radically changing world. Now, how do we stay consistent in a very challenging economic environment and delivering a high standard and professional approach to life insurance sale and service? I must say that we must continue to adapt, innovate, disrupt, and be consistent to stay relevant year on year. With consistent progress, which is synonymous to the progress that all LBUs in Africa are making on the MDRT front, I have no doubt our consistency will birth many, many MDRT successes across the world. Today, we have excellent speakers lined up for this conference, and I believe you will leave here more empowered to deliver excellently and deliver the number of qualifiers required in every LBU. Please make sure that you glean as much as you can from these speakers and your fellow consultants as you network to sprint to the end of 2024 and also gear up for 2025 and beyond. I wish all the best speakers, best wishes to all the best speakers, and our MDRTs and our COTs present. Thank you very much. Have a wonderful day today.
Thank you, Jane. And as she takes her seat, I just wanted to correct Wilson. He said she loves Coke. She loves chilled Coke. Please get it right. It must be chilled. Okay. So our next speaker for us this morning, a very distinguished lady. She has been a member of the $1 Million Roundtable since 2019. 2 times court of the table member, and I learned just this week that means achieving 3 times the target. Is that right? Amazing. And 2 times top of the table member. She is currently, yes, you can clap. It's very, very impressive. She is also my apologies. She's also a certified financial advisor with Liberty South Africa and MDRT Zone Chair for Africa. Please let's welcome Madame Flora Mulanda. Thank you. Madam Flora, can you hear us? If you could please unmute, we're ready for you. If you could unmute. We apologize. We will make an attempt to get in touch with Madam Flora at a later time during the program. So I'll invite Wilson to introduce our next speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gloria. I will try and get connected to Flora. We'll move on to the next item. We'll have an address by one of the finest gentlemen. He has the aura. When you see him, he has the aura. He needs no introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, with a round of applause, let's welcome Prudential Africa CEO, Mr. Emmanuel Mokobi Aye. Like I said, you can see the aura. Please, you can do it better for him.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Good morning. To be honest, this morning I feel very intimidated, right? First of all, to be standing in front of you, very distinguished salesmen and women, I feel very intimidated about that. Not only that. And then I'm also aware that we have quite a number of very distinguished salesmen and women from all LBUs, looking at me at this point in time. And I feel really, really intimidated by that. As if that's not the end of all of that. Then we get introduced to 2 distinguished men and women. One MBA here, MBA there, science there, whatever it is like that. Guys, please take it easy for me. Okay? So let's kickstart this, yeah? And first of all, I want to thank the organizers of this session. Okay, Jane, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to pass through. To come and see you guys. You know, this is where I started my journey with Prudential. So it's always good to be back. Feels really good to be back. I can also recognize some known faces around in this room, some locally here, and then some from my LBUs here to visit us or to participate in this. And I'm really grateful to meet you guys. And then there's few faces here that I'm not too sure whether you are Prudential staff or agent or not, but I get that. You know, now I'm growing old now. And also the fact that we have amongst us some new people who have joined us. And listen, I want to take this opportunity to welcome you guys too. It's okay? My job this morning is a very simple one, although that job has been challenged by the speech from Michael and Jane. Very brief, concise, clear. So that puts a bit of pressure on me once again. And I hope I'll also be able to meet to the standards that have been set. I've been told that my tie, I need to sort out my tie very well. So let me sort that out. For the pictures, just hold on a second. Let me guess. And be a gentleman. Okay, thank you very much, yeah? Okay, so this morning, I just want to share with you what MDRT means to me. And I'm aware that most of the time when I talk, you guys don't listen. But for today, please listen to me. Because once you do that, it shall be well with you. Amen. I'm not preaching. You just need to follow exactly what I'm going to say, and it shall be well with you. Don't say amen to that. Okay? Now, I'm aware that everybody here, including those online, have distinguished themselves in this job, agency job. I've always maintained that agency job is not for the ordinary, to be honest. Although you guys look down on yourself every time. But it's not a job that anybody at all can do. As a matter of fact, we have a lot of CEOs in sales-driven organizations who cannot do this job. And so if you find yourself here, having distinguished yourself in this career or this job, then you must be very, very proud of yourself. Okay? Now, I know MDRT means many things to many people. I mean, to some of you guys, MDRT means a rare recognition of the work you are doing. Okay? To others, MDRT means higher income. The poison must be good in order for us to survive. Is that not so? And then to many of you, it is an opportunity to spend Prudential's money. Am I speaking facts? Because it's an incentive that guarantees that going out there to go and have fun at the same time learn. Because that's the only opportunity you get to spend Prudential's money free of charge and all the adjustments that come with it. That is not bad as well. To some people, it's a concept that's associated with professionalism and then knowledge. That again is not bad as well. And to others, it's an index to delivering exceptional customer service to our clients. That again is not bad as well. So if you are here and your understanding of MDRT is connected to any of these, you are not wrong at all. All I'm here to do is to express to you guys my understanding of MDRT, which understanding I believe that once you try and then put that into practice, it shall be very well with you. Don't say that. Just put that into practice. So at this point in time, what is my understanding of what MDRT is? My understanding, ladies and gentlemen, of what MDRT means to those of you in this room and across, outside this room, MDRT should be your commitment to your customers. And I'll take time to explain why it should be your commitment to your customers. Because that becomes the beginning of your success story. And in this, you can define success in any way at all you want to. In my definition, success means that there is gunpowder in your pocket. Because without gunpowder, you cannot survive. Particularly in this economy that has been put together by. Okay? So MDRT should be your commitment to client. Now, most of the time, at the point of closing or selling to client, one of the most occurring questions that comes to you guys is whether or not you'll be around when claim precipitate. And I'm sure this is a common thing that you guys hear. Because you are asking somebody to deny himself or herself the pleasures of his day and make certain payments against some risk that will precipitate into the future, maybe or maybe not, and not sure whether the claim will be honored. So in the eyes of the client, you are the one he or she knows, not the company. See, the client has more confidence in you than the company. So you can just imagine when you are giving your commitment to the client in terms of assuring the client that you're committing to him or her to qualify to MDRT year after year. You see, that's a huge assurance you are giving to the client. Because it's not easy to qualify to MDRT. Is it that easy? Because if it's that easy, even people like me will be qualifying. You see? But me, I can't qualify. Because the bar is so high that not anyone can qualify. So giving commitment and assurance to your client, for me, should be the purpose of MDRT. Should be the true meaning of MDRT to you. And somebody will ask you, what this guy talking about? Now, when you are an MDRT qualifier, first of all, as Jane mentioned, you belong to the creme de la creme of professional insurance sales agents. You see, and I'm placing emphasis on the word creme de la creme because once again, MDRT is not easy for anyone or anybody to qualify. Jane mentioned 1% of the population. 1% of the population is just like this. Okay? So you can just imagine that you are a client and you have many people who come to sell to you. But out of that, you have the creme de la creme who comes to you and want to sell to you. See, you're not dealing with any ordinary person. You are dealing with somebody special. So that is the reason why you should qualify. Now, the second reason is that when you are part of that MDRT group, okay, it's a prestigious group. And because it's not a normal group for anybody, see, once you qualify, there's an obligation on you to exhibit certain ethics, conduct of the profession. So, like the ACII, okay, you charter, you belong to that body. It is expected that you do and conduct your business in a particular way. Short of that, you'll be knocked off from that. Like the medical profession. You see, you can go through the academic work, but then you'll be called into that institution. And once you are called into that institution, you are required to conduct yourself in a particular way. And the same applies to any other profession, including this profession that you find yourself in. So once you become an MDRT qualifier, the onus and the obligation is on you to do things in a particular way. Now, what are the things you're supposed to do in a particular way? You don't sell like any ordinary person. In terms of service, advisory, work, and all of that, it has to be at the top of that. And it's all because you belong to a special group, okay, that enables you to access certain information, certain resources. You have the opportunity to network amongst yourself, with people that are really, really top of the profession. And therefore, you are able to learn a lot more about the job and make yourself better. And once you're able to do all of this, you realize that in terms of the level of service that you give to your client, it will be day and night compared to others who are not members of the MDRT. Now, what this does is that once you interact with a client, the client automatically, like that, is able to tell the difference between you and the others. Because you are holding yourself up in a way that's over and above the others, because the obligation on you as an MDRT. Now, what that will lead to is an assurance to the client. The client feels comfortable because the client knows that he's dealing with the right person. And at this point in time, I will just share an example. Back in the days when I used to teach or train agents, there's something they call credibility and knowledge. And back in the days, I used to draw that bicycle with the two reels, yeah? So one tie is credibility. See, this man is laughing. It's one of my students. And then the other one is knowledge. And then also want to relate it to trust. And my simple definition, not the one Dr. Mani Buama was talking about, quotient and all of those rubbish, yeah? Trust is the signal, a reaction to the signal that you receive from anybody you are interacting with. Okay? So depending on the signal you receive from the person you are interacting with, you respond to that signal in a particular way. And if you are getting the right vibes from that person, what I term the positive signals, you become more relaxed and open. If you're not getting the right vibes, then you shut shop, isn't it? And become very difficult to attain. That is trust. And therefore, by you qualifying year on year, building your capacity as an MDR, whatever, what you tend to exude every time is that level. That upon interaction with the client, that's what gives the client a lot of comfort. And therefore is able to buy from you. Now, by qualifying to MDRT, having access to the resources, participating in conferences, etc., and spending Prudential's money, what that we shouldn't forget that. Very, very important. Yeah? What that adds to you is that element of credibility and knowledge. So once you have these things, that is what will distinguish you from all others. An assurance that you'll be giving your client. And once the client is assured, comfortable, client is comfortable to buy from you, isn't it? Not only that, client now has trust in you and therefore will feel free to make what you call the referrals to you. And then one referral will buy and another make another more, a couple more referrals. You go there and that's the way you build your portfolio. You know, this is the hidden part of MDRT that you guys are not aware. And that's what I want to speak to you. That beyond all the other reasons, it's an opportunity for you to build in the building blocks of a very successful career. Because all of that will translate into cases because of the trust the credibility and the level of knowledge that you bring to your work, because you are part of this elite group of salesmen and women in insurance or financial. Am I talking sense, or this morning, as usual, I'm blowing rubbish? I just want to hear you. Am I talking sense, or I'm talking the usual rubbish? You see, I know there will be a lot of speakers today, but we are here because of MDRT. And therefore, if you don't get anything from today's session, remember that the purpose of MDRT is to create the building blocks that will enable you to become successful salesperson. And not only that, if you are here and you are also a leader, it's the same message you need to give to your people. Because if you want them to be successful, then let them exude trust, credibility, and knowledge that will give their clients, both now and future clients, the comfort for them to be able to buy and make a lot more recommendation to them. Am I making sense? Now, so if we are come to understand the purpose for MDRT, and nobody in this room should even make an attempt to think that because there's an objective of having 500 MDRT qualifiers, Mobi's here to just play whatever. No. I'm just telling you what I think and my perspective of what MDRT is. And like I've been saying, if you listen to me, it shall be well with you. Now, so now let's move on to the next point. That if MDRT offers me such unique opportunity, and that will aid me in the kind of job I'm doing now, then how do I qualify to become an MDRT? Okay? Made a point earlier on that it's not easy for anybody to do that. Now, and for those of you from other LBUs, just need to pardon me at this point in time. Fortunately or unfortunately, I'm in Ghana. And therefore, some of the statistics I'll be using here, or the figures I'll be mentioning, relates to Ghana. Okay? What I want you guys to do is to just take the principle behind the reasoning and apply it wherever you find yourself in Africa. Does that make sense? So in Ghana, to qualify to become an MDRT, you need to make a total of 170,400 Ghana cedis. I hope I'm right. Okay? Now, if you relate this to the API, or what in other markets they call it case size, then if you do the mathematics, in Ghana, to qualify, you need to do 84 cases to qualify. And I'm sure at the mentioning of 84 cases, how am I going to make this case? But listen, like I always say, these are biscuits. Not just any other biscuits, crackers. Biscuits. And I'll just break it down for you guys to see. Now, as we speak now, 31 people or agents have qualified to this year's MDRT, 31 of that. And that's about 40% growth over last year. So that's massive. And you need to be proud of yourself. Yeah? Now, MDRT is over 12 months period, right? And so we are not yet at the end of the 12 months. And therefore, if you attempt to prorate where we are, it means that 93 people or agents are on track to qualify for MDRT as we speak now. Does that make sense? Now, the other thing is also but Ghana, you have a target of 100, I've been told, yeah? So 93 is not the same as 100, but it's almost like 100. So guys, we need to push further than we are doing. Now, this is a statistics that I want to share with not only guys in this room, but those on call as well. A lot of work has been done over the last couple of years to sort of predict your chances of making it to MDRT. And based on that predictive work that was done, if you are here in this room based on the qualification that have been set by that prestigious institution for Ghanaians to qualify to MDRT, if you make 50 cases and below, then you stand a 50% chance of qualifying to next year MDRT. So this year or the years past, if you are operating 50% and below, it means therefore that every year we have the MDRT, you have a 50% chance of qualifying already. However, if you are here in this room, according to the Ghana qualification, and you always make 80 cases and above, 80 cases and above, you have a 90% chance of qualifying to MDRT year on year. So you see how easy it is to qualify for MDRT. If you do 80 and above, already 90% of the chance you are there already. If you do 50 below, 50% chance of doing that. And again, I'm going to break it down further. Now, today I've been informed it's the 14th day of September. I hope that is right. Sorry? I see, my mind is not whatever. So today is the 24th September, day of September. Now, what this tells me is that from now to call off to the finishing line, we have 14 weeks to qualify for MDRT. I hope my math is right and my mind is working well this morning. Now, so if you have 14 weeks to qualify, I'm sure many in this room or outside this room are thinking that, listen, 14 weeks, listen, I can't do anything about that. But this is where you need to listen to me. If you have 14 weeks to the end of the finishing line, if you take it upon yourself today and say that for every week, every day, or every week, I will do 2 cases. From now to the next 14 weeks, I'm going to do 2 cases every week. How many cases are you going to end up doing? 28. Remember, you've done some cases before this day. So adding the 28 to those cases gets you closer to qualifying to MDRT. Ladies and gentlemen, you have 8 hours in a day times 5 days, working days, is 40 hours. I'm just asking you to spend the 40 hours to precipitate 2 cases. That is biscuit. As a matter of fact, if you are in this room and you can't do 2 cases in a week, we need to question your productivity level. The same as being a surgeon and you can't operate on 2 people within a week. We need to question that. Now, let us assume that after hearing this message, you change your ways. You become motivated, charged. And so you want to tell me that, listen, 2 cases is biscuit. Let's up to 3 cases a week. Why are you saying A? You see, still after listening to me, you haven't changed your ways. Meanwhile, you are the first person to say big amen. Amen does not do the trick. It's action. So, after listening to this, just move the 2 to 3. You have 14 weeks. How many cases will you be doing before we end the year? Sorry? Exactly. Now, the interesting thing is that within 14 weeks, if you do 3 cases a day, gives you 42. That's almost half of the number of cases you need to qualify for MDRT in 14 weeks. Now, ladies and gentlemen, what I've tried to do this morning is not to talk statistics, yeah, but to break it down for you to know how easy, okay, is it for you to qualify to become MDRT. Despite the fact that I initially said that it's a group made up of prestigious people, distinguished salesmen and women, and it's not easy to qualify. But now you know that it's easy to qualify. As long as you stay disciplined, you set clear targets, you work towards the target. If you don't meet the target, you revise your activity and make sure that what? You made the cases. Now, in all this morning's speech, what I've not told you is that do this for the company, or do this for Mukubi, or do this for Jane. I'm not interested in that. I'm interested in you becoming successful men and women in this distinguished career, and trying to break it down to you how you'll be able to do that. Now, most of the time I hear that this time around, Jane, Gwen, Titi, Kachiza, who else? Kanyifa, any of the CEOs have decided to withdraw the small things that come with you winning or becoming MDRT. And because of that, here's to the agency that, no, I'm not going to sell until they have brought back those incentives. You are messing up your career. And anytime I hear those things, my heart bleeds. Because people are seeing MDRT in another light, instead of seeing that as a building block to a very, very successful sales career. I've been signaled that as far as time is concerned, I'm doing very badly on that. I've tried so hard to break the record that has been set by those 2 speakers, but I realized that I have failed miserably. And so this is the time for me to conclude. Okay? Now, a couple of things I want to conclude, yeah, with. So after all of these talk, preach, and all of these things, what am I trying to say? Or what's the call to action for me? The first one is, it's difficult, but now you know it's easy to do that. And therefore, my first call is that if you are in this room and you've already qualified as an MDRT, or you have ever qualified as an MDRT person, my charge to you this morning, okay, is to become the next COT. I'm challenging you this morning to move from MDRT to what? A COT qualifier. Second charge to you people. If you are here in this room or outside this room, you've ever qualified as an MDRT person, or this year you've already qualified as an MDRT person, in fact, you've gone ahead to become a COT qualifier, my charge to you this morning, my boss here, is become a TOT qualifier. Am I making sense? Because now we know how to do these things. If we didn't know before, if you are a leader here to make money, to create the right culture and be able to grow your teams, this is a culture you need to build in your team. Show them how to do it. The more people you get qualified in your team, the stronger your team. The most important thing here is that to create a very successful team, you need people and you need the right culture. Which culture is the culture of MDRT qualifiers? And once you have these two, they are key factors to having a very successful team. So even if you are a leader, this is for you. Now, ladies and gentlemen, if you forget all that I've said, okay? My watchword this morning is that everybody can be and must be an MDRT person. Anybody in this room or outside this room must strive to become an MDRT. In fact, it's the must that you have to be what? An MDRT person. And so, like I said, I know most of the time when I speak, you guys don't listen. You are shaking your head. I know you don't listen. But if you listen to me, what I've said this morning, it shall be well with you. Say.
Thank you so much, Mokubi. That was super, wasn't it? Please, let's give him another round of applause. So I don't know about you, but I learned a lot from that message from Mokubi. He said we shouldn't say amen. He also said, he described a diagram. I've never seen it. I've never been in Mokubi's class. But he said knowledge and credibility are the two wheels of a bicycle. And I think it's important that we keep that at the back of our mind. It's the way to build trust with our clients, which is important to us because at Prudential, the customer is our compass, exactly. So without further ado, we missed our last speaker, a lady who is going to tell us all about this beginning of a beautiful story for Africa. So I hope that we now have our MDRT Zone Chair for Africa, who has shown through disciplined execution that it is possible to be very, very successful at MDRT. Unfortunately, we do not have Flora, so we'll move on. Our next speaker has a lifetime MDRT membership. She is a one-time TOT qualifier, a two-time COT qualifier, and a 10-year MDRT qualifier. She's also a senior financial services manager in the Singapore office. So if we have Angeline Huang, I'd like to invite her to share a few words with us. Let's welcome her with a round of applause, please. Hi, Angeline. We are ready for you, so please start as soon as you're ready.
just also came back from a President's Club trip in Prague, also with the fellow Prudential advisors from different parts of the world. So I'm currently a certified financial planner, associate estate planning practitioner, and certified affluent wealth advisor. I'm currently a certified. And lastly would be the motivation. Okay, hold on, because I'm not very familiar with Teams and I can't really see myself. I'm not sure why I'm seeing somebody else for me. Okay. So my MDRT, COT, TOT, and President's Club journey. So I joined this industry 13 years ago, and since then I've actually fixed my eyes on MDRT Life members since 2011. Why so? Because when I first joined this career, when I enter into office and when I look at the MDRT Life member plug, I tell myself that, hey, this is the award that I would love to achieve. And to achieve an MDRT award for life member, it takes 10 years of hardship and consistency. And you know, as a young girl at the age of 23, I knew little about what is financial industry about, because back then I was working in the property sector. So whether joining this career, was it the right fit for me? From property to finance is something that is out of the world. And if will I ever even achieve my first MDRT even? And guess what? 2 years later, I achieved my first MDRT in 2013. And from then on, I've been achieving many other awards. Like I achieved my first President's Club in 2018 and achieved that again on 2019 and promoted to become a leader in 2020. So after I achieved President's Club, I realized that, hey, you know, MDRT is something that I've been keeping it consistent, and why not I try to aim to be the top 15 and top 20 of my company of 5,000 strong. So when I achieve President's Club, I get to know many other top achievers, especially they are the cream of the crop, right? And to exchange ideas, to get to know one another, how to become better and better. So I also realized that after I achieved President's Club, I realized that the effect and the effect of my sharing in help to impact many other lives, many other advisors to have their breakthrough in their career as well. So, you know, I listened to my leader back then, and I decided to become a leader myself. So it's been 4 years I've become a leader, and when I became a leader during the pandemic, I actually it was a breakthrough for me because I realized that doing business can be so interesting. Rather than just doing business face to face, I can even do so via Zoom and connect with people remotely. So during pandemic, I actually make use of my social media mostly. At the same time, I do my recruitment through social media. At the same time, doing my sales through social media as well. And I achieved my first COT in 2021 from the pandemic. And just last year, I achieved my first top of the table in 2023 and qualified once again for President's Club as a leader this time. Okay, so last year was indeed my breakthrough, and to do double COT, in fact TOT, is something that I never imagined myself doing it. And in fact, I clear my TOT by 31st December because I did my COT around August. So within September to December, I did a COT, I would say within around 3 months. So why do we do MDRT and beyond? First thing first, I always think branding is the key. Because I think when I first started this career, I think MDRT was about top 5%, top 1% in the industry. But along the years, I hear people say it's about top 5 to top 10%. So to me, branding is important because you need the branding to build the referrals. As a new agent back then, new advisor, I do not have many connections. So when I reach out to the people whom I know, it was just a small group of people. And most of the time, they already have existing advisors servicing them. So when I reach out to them, it was very challenging because obviously they would compare me and their current advisors. So there was also one particular incident that when I was just a couple of months in the industry, I happened to come across this particular engineer. So he literally asked me, Angeline, what kind of awards are you having? What kind of awards do you achieve in Prudential? And I told him I'm currently the top rookie in my organization in last month. So back then I didn't achieve any MDRT yet. I was still very new, and he immediately shared with me, you know what? My current advisor is the MDRT advisor, and she's the top, one of the top in Prudential. So as you know, after this sharing session, you know what's how does the rest of the story goes. I did not win the case, and that was a wake-up call for me. And from that incident, I tell myself that I need to achieve my first MDRT as soon as possible. So after I achieved my first MDRT in 2013, my referrals actually grew. So at the first year of my career, I actually approached my warm market, people whom I know. And in Singapore, I guess it works slightly different from Africa. So back then, we could do something like roadshow. We could do things like door knock and street prospecting. And I was focusing a lot on that. So when I was doing a lot of street prospecting and cold prospecting, I realized that I can't be doing that forever. So what I did was, when I achieved my first MDRT, I share with all my clients whom I approached them during the cold prospecting. And in fact, one lady, she took some empathy in me because she saw that I was pretty young and I was really hardworking. She actually referred her friends from church as well as her friends who are her colleagues to me. So that's how I built my referrals. And next, for how to be MDRT, why be MDRT and beyond? Because to me, I always see that net worth equals to network. So when you become better and better, that also means that you are becoming more knowledgeable, you are becoming wiser, right, in the things that you speak, in the things that you think. So that also means that you are the top 5% that you are similar to the top 5%, right? So you are always your proximity. So I do realize that when I became an MDRT and subsequently become a COT, President's Club, and TOT, my network and net worth become better. Okay, network meaning the people I mix with and the proximity I hang out with. So nowadays, the people I mix with, they tend to have a certain kind of net worth and they are of a higher income earner because our lifestyle are almost similar. The things that we love are similar as well, especially travels and let's say shopping, etc., etc. And when your network expands, that also means that, and when your network expands, always tap on your network to build another network again. Example. So when I was at the age of 23, when I joined this career, I don't have much network because back then I was I didn't take part in too much activities of school. I was just working in fast food restaurants. I don't really have much social life. Even yes, had a little bit of social life, maybe having nightlife, clubbing, but of course you also do not want this group of people who are always focusing on nightlife to really be your clients. Why? Because if they are overspending too much in the nightlife, they also may not be able to sustain the policies. So when I realized that a couple of my clients, they are working, they are considered higher management, or they are working in C-suites, that's whereby I get them and I try to enter into their company to give some talks and seminars and then to expand the network from there and to reach out to her fellow colleagues. and obviously she is someone who is in the higher management and C-suite. That also means that she frequent lunch or even meals with her colleagues who are of a similar level. Okay. So, and also why doing MDRT and beyond is important, it also equates to the number of lives you have impacted, the number of lives you have touched. So, example, today if I hit MDRT, just like I heard Emmanuel mentioning 84 cases, right? So 84 cases, let's say approximately about one person get 2 cases, you already impacted almost 50 lives, okay? But if you want to aim higher, I mean, that would be great. So you do see that, you know, when you go for MDRT annual meeting, they always have this particular banner that say 100 lives, 150 lives. So that also means that that particular year, you impact 100 lives or 150 lives or 200 lives. So can you imagine the kind of effect that you can bring to the world, right? By reaching out to people and see how you can plan for them and see how they can experience financial freedom from your sharing. How to be a MDRT and beyond. So now I will share 4 methods. So method 1, MDRT, COT, and TOT culture. So for us in Singapore, what we do is we practice 2 structures in Singapore. One is my organization training system. The other one is our company support system. So our organization training system, number 1, we have a MDRT focus group on strategies training. So example, Prudential Singapore, if they roll out any form of a new product or any form of a new initiative, we are always very in line with Prudential direction. Example, new initiative with regards to investment link policy. So during our MDRT focus group, we
We seem to have lost Angeline briefly. Please give us a minute to get her back online. Thank you. We seem to have lost Angeline briefly. Please give us a minute to get her back online. Thank you.
So why do we create this producer club? Because we want to differentiate the producers as well as the aspiring MDRTs from the rest. Okay, so when we do that, the aspiring MDRTs would love to be part of this group. So for us, our growth is tremendous. Year on year, we are having a lot of growth in this group. At the same time, the new advisor, the new agents, when they come in, new advisors, when they join the career, they look up to the producer club. And they will have a goal that when I come in, I must make it to the producer club in the fastest and quickest manner within 3 months. So in our newbie training as well, our goal is to when the advisor first come in, we already tell them that they need to achieve MDRT. Whether they achieve MDRT within 3 months, 6 months, or 1 year, but the goal is to be in the producer club the soonest so they can learn from the best. Okay? So at the same time, we also have our company support from Prudential Singapore. We have this thing called MDRT and COT mentorship program. So the aspiring MDRTs advisors, they can go and seek help from the current MDRT advisors to be mentored for the 1 year. And then the current MDRT advisors, if they want to have a breakthrough, they can approach a fellow COT and TOT mentors to want to be mentored by for the next 1 year. And we also have a MDRT study group helped by Prudential every month with different kind of topics. We get different kind of practitioners and those who are multiple MDRTs, COT, TOTs to do sharing. And at the same time, recently we do have our Pru MDRT annual meeting in Beijing. So Prudential, in fact, create a very great support system to support all of us to hit MDRT. So method 2, mindset. In fact, everything we do, mindset is the most important thing that drives us in our behavior. So mindset number 1, that I'll start from the right side in clockwise direction. No negativity, always think good of people. So if you do realize that there's one part that I achieved my President's Club as well as my COT, I think in 2018 onwards, I realized that I kept questioning myself, how come I couldn't break through above MDRT? And I realized that one thing that I was feeding myself every other day were negative thoughts and gossips, thinking badly about people and not feeding myself with good food. Example, reading, watching videos that are motivational, that will help in terms of strengthen our mindset. And so I spend a lot of time not growing on myself. So I realized that when I wasn't seeking growth back then, because I always think that as a consistent MDRT achiever for 6 or 7 years consecutively, and almost hitting President's Club every other year, which I did not hit because I didn't push for it, just because I didn't believe in myself, and because I wasn't feeding myself with good knowledge and with the right proximity. So no negativity is very important, not entertaining any form of gossips, anything of bad thoughts, and I always, when I change that mindset to think and see the goodness of people, in fact, it helped me better and propelled me upwards. So another thing is focus and don't derail, because sometimes, in this career, it can be a little bit disrupt because, you're meeting people every other day, and then, sometimes people reject you, you feel dejected, and we always try to encourage ourselves that, people are not against us, etc., etc. So always go back to the first point and the why, on why are you doing this at the first place? What's your purpose? Like, why do you join this career at the first place? Okay, I will share a little bit of my why here. I think it's a little bit, it will be great that you all can understand this part of me a little bit better. So from property to come to finance is definitely a huge jump. And at the age of 23, I had 2 choices. It's either I continue to study my degree, or I work a few jobs to support my family. Okay, I'm a middle child, And back then, my father was contracted with kidney failure. So he contracted with kidney failure at a young age of 48, and that's whereby the bills were piling up. Sorry, at the age of 50, mid-50s. So the hospital bills were piling up. So it was really expensive, and every month it was like about 1,500 US dollars per month. And back then, my salary was equivalent to 1,500 US dollars per month. So there's no way I could support my father. So I had to take a leap of faith. In fact, because I actually graduated from property, I was about to join to become a property realtor, just whereby my previous advisor who sold me a health insurance, he approached me at the right time, and that's whereby he opened up this job opportunity for me to try. So at the back of my head, I got nothing to lose. I had no money, so why not? I just give it a shot, you know? What's there to lose? I just had to take like 4 to 5 insurance papers, and I just need to make sure I passed it. And after I passed it, I will try and put my life at the line. If I don't do it, I will never know where I have the money to earn money to support my dad. Or if I do it, even I fail, it's fine. I'm still young, you know, I can always find another job. So my father's life was on the line, and I had to do it, right? So there was no turning back. And when I saw my seniors, they were achieving MDRT year on year. They were doing well. They were driving cars. You know, they were having houses. Back then, my house was like a shed. It was in a very bad shape because the banks came and tried to take away the stuff from our home to auction it because my dad was owing some money, etc., etc. So, you know, I really was looking forward to have a house on my own and to have a car on my own, and in fact to have a car for my father. So that was my why. Okay, so that why, in fact, is a life or death. It propelled me and it pushes me to achieve MDRT the fastest time. And guess what? I achieved MDRT in 2013. However, you know, I guess it's God's blessing that he actually went to heaven in around May of 2013. So fortunately and unfortunately, he did not manage to see my success because that time I was still working very hard trying to hit my first MDRT. Okay, so when I share this story, I've shared this story multiple times because since I'm here for 13 years, every single time I share this story, it actually reminds me back to my why again. That why am I here for, right? Because in this career, every day is not rainbow and sunshine. There'll be days that you feel down. There'll be days you feel really happy when your client get a deal from you. Okay, but when you are feeling down, go back to your why on how you come to this career from the very beginning and stick to that. And what do you vouch for at the beginning of your career? Go back to that. Okay, so when you do that, you will focus and you will not derail, and of course you will not allow any negativity of mindset to come in play, or anyone trying to downplay you, or anyone trying to speak negatively about you. You will not have any form of entertainment on that because your purpose is very strong, your purpose is certain. So because of that, another thing that the mindset I'm thinking, I was thinking I had to be unique. I had to be different because I do not want to go through again that someone would be there to compare me with the other advisor who achieved her MDRT year on year and one of the top producer in my company. So what are the things that I need to work on to create my unique selling point? So as you can see the picture on the left, one is my LinkedIn profile. Sorry. On the right is actually my Instagram. So on my LinkedIn profile, I try to keep it a little bit more professional because I also want to attract the C-suites and the higher management. So I had to rename my description so that I can attract this group of people in the fastest manner. And on the right side of my personal social media, in this case Instagram, which I use it most of the time, you do see that there's a little bit a small icon that I'm like cycling, etc. So all the while the community in around me, they always know me to be very involved with the fitness community. So at the moment I'm pretty involved in the cycling community in Singapore. So by doing that, people also know that I cycle, not just leisure. I was doing a couple of races for in Singapore just about 2 years ago, and on top of that, I use leisure at the same time mixing with work together, so people can also tell that this particular leader or particular advisor is very unique, not just talking about work and work, but her life is way more than work, and she also enjoy having a good lifestyle, an active lifestyle. So that's how I create my unique selling point. And with just these two profile, to be honest, most of my friends or even my clients or even my prospects, they always have very good impression of me. Example, last year I actually came in top high net worth private wealth consultant in my company. So when I share with them the good news, I was top last year, as a high net worth consultant in Prudential Singapore. So the people around me will always tell me that, hey, Angeline, that's not something new. I thought you're always the top. So, which is not true, because sometimes when people see you achieve TOT, they think you're top, but top means number one. So, with all these marketing from social media, in fact, it helped me a lot in my current business. So method 3, prospecting avenues. So as you can see, I have 4 pictures here. It's not in chronological order, but let me just start with the top left-hand corner. So initially, when I started this career, I do a lot of ladies on market. They are middle age, I would say around 40s and above. So I tend to share all my success to my clients. Example, there was because I do have some love for cars. So every time if I happen to change a car, I'll reach out to my clients and I'll bring them out for a drive. So when I bring them out for a drive, they will always want to take photos of my car, and then they will just forward those pictures to the family or friends or colleagues, etc., to share the good news. So, ladies market is what I prospect the most. Usually, I will spend quite a bit of time with them. Example, bring them out for tea, bring them out for lunch, and most of the time, from those chat, I get to find out more about their family background. I get to find out more about their company, as well as the company that they work in, or even their spouse, their children, etc. So based on the information they share with me, I will pick up one thing or two to initiate and be intentional on what are the solution or what are the things that I can help them with, so that they will also refer or even agree with the problem they have need to be solved. And next, lifestyle networking. So I do a lot of lifestyle networking, and the lifestyle networking actually helped me in terms of my recruitment as well as my client acquisition. So my lifestyle networking example, this event is actually one of our high net worth Opus event by Prudential Singapore. So we actually invited, one of them is my client's aunt, and the other of them is my client's secondary school teacher, sorry. So she invited both of them there, and from there, one of them actually became my client, and in fact, after that, my client became my advisor. So from this kind of lifestyle event, networking, I will pick and choose what kind of lifestyle networking will suit different kind of profile better, because this event was more towards tasting, fine dining, Michelin star restaurants, etc., and talking about investment outlook. So this group of profile client, they love this kind of lifestyle. So we selected them to invite them to come. So when during this event, what we do is we'll share about what kind of investment initiative we have in Prudential, and from there fix the next appointment and to share with them more. And next, as you can see that the high net worth and ultra high net worth. So at the bottom picture is whereby I cycle. So I don't know whether you can tell I'm the one in the black helmet. We were cycling in the rain. In fact, we were racing, and guess what? We look so tired, and we look like we are looking fierce in this photo. However, our team got last in this race. Yeah. So what I do a lot is to do a lot of lifestyle prospecting, like cycling. Because one bike, road bike, I'm not sure is there any road cyclists here, but one road one road bike all over the world is really expensive. So in Singapore during the pandemic, in fact, a lot of Singaporeans, they picked up cycling as a hobby. So when I get into this sport, in fact, I'm so humbled because those people that I was cycling with, most of them, they are on a they're in the higher management and the C-suites. Some they are CEOs, some they are the financial controllers, CFOs, and some they own businesses as well. And at the same time, there's also celebrities that I was also cycling with. So I felt extremely humbled because these people who I cycle with, they are really kind, as well as they are not as intimidating as they look. So when I do all this kind of a race, and in fact 2 years ago I did 3 to 4 races in Singapore, and I did not fare well, but that's fine. However, because I did those races, my network in cycling in fact expanded more and bigger. So from my cycling network, I achieved about 2/3 MDRT just from the cycling network itself. Okay. So next, HR employee benefits. So I also learn how to spend my time wisely because being a leader, I have a lot of advisors to take care of. I'm also in charge of the training department in my organization. At the same time, I'm also doing sales, right? So my time is very, very divided. So what I do is I spend a lot of time with the HR to get to do their company insurance, in this case, employee benefits. So I had a story. I shared my life story with regards to my family background back then when I was young to one particular friend of mine. Okay, so he's actually a headhunter in a recruitment agency, focusing more towards on the oil and gas industry. So when I shared with him about my family story, my life story, I think he felt very compelled and he empathized that I was working really hard as an advisor. So he remembered that his HR was having problem with claims for the company because it was an Australian company. So for the claims from Singapore to Australia, it could be slightly complicated. So he actually linked me up to the HR. So subsequently, I joined the HR, the company's Christmas party. So during the Christmas party, I networked with the colleagues, the fellow recruiter, the HR, and the boss of the company. So when that happens, they all like me a lot. So in the end, the HR, she bought her life insurance from me. She also recommended the company to become my client, and she referred her spouse to me. And just nice, her spouse runs a business in Singapore. And guess what? The spouse is a business owner, and the spouse friends were all business owners. So I managed to enter into the business owner circle, and that particular network just from the HR already fetched me half of MDRT. Okay, I have many other networks, but I don't really have time to go through all of them. So always be intentional with the things that you do, but do it, of course, with a heart to plan for them, right? Not to miss out. Doing the right thing is very important. Okay, so continuing method 3, social media. So I don't have any social media strategies helping me right now. Moving forward, I may want to do that. So at the moment, I'm managing my own social media. It is not the best, but it is suffice at the moment. So my social media, in my IG stories, I post Instagram stories pretty often. So I always believe that we need to have 4 pillars in our social media. And what are the 4 pillars? In this case, my 4 pillars in my social media is my work, meaning what I do at work and my achievements. Okay, number 2 is the things that I love to do, and in this case, my sports, cycling for now, and gymming. Okay, thirdly, my pillar for my social media will be travel. So, in fact, this year I traveled. It's my 10th trip this year, and coming 11th trip. So I travel every other month, and every time I travel, there's always new insights, new discovery, and the people around me who are following me, they enjoy the things that I share as well as the things that I post. And fourthly, my cats, also my family, also my immediate family as well. Because I am an animal lover, so a lot of people love my cat so much. So yeah, they can't, every time I post my cat story, they are always commenting on my Instagram. So why am I so active on Instagram stories? So during the pandemic, I actually recruited about 6 advisors from Instagram, as well as hitting my COT from Instagram. And when I'm active in my Instagram, that's whereby I can connect with people. And every stories that I post is always intentional to strike a conversation. So most of the stories that I post will tend to have likes or even tend to have a conversation with me. Okay, example, I just print screened this just a couple of days ago while I was in the flight from Johannesburg to Singapore. So as you can see that, I did, it was just 13th September. So I took that video in Cape Town because I was in Cape Town, and I was actually recording a video to be the speaker for MDRT annual meeting in Miami next year. Okay, and so this is also a form of publicity that, hey, I'm not just an ordinary advisor. I'm actually speaking on a bigger stage and sharing my journey with the rest of the world, not just in Singapore, right? And secondly, I'm not sure whether you are able to see, but basically it's a story that I encountered 2 months ago, that this particular client that I met about 10 years ago, okay, they were really hard nut to crack because they are not local. They're actually from India. So they from India, they came to Singapore to work. They know relative people in Singapore. So when I was trying to reach out to this couple 10 years ago, I faced a lot of objections. And guess what? The couple actually walked into the bank recently, and then the banker was sharing with them about investment. And yeah, miraculously, the banker actually opened a case for me. So the banker, I faced a lot of objections. And guess what? The couple actually walked into the bank recently, and then the banker was sharing with them about investment. And yeah, miraculously, the banker actually opened a case for me. So the banker.
Angeline, I think you're on mute.
I'm on mute for quite a while.
No, I think we're okay now. Just for the past 20 seconds maybe.
Okay. Oops. Okay, can you all see my screen?
Yes, but it's not on presentation mode. Yeah, now okay.
Okay, Ken, thanks. Yeah, sorry. I don't know what's going on. Yeah. So anyway, so I spent a lot of time with her in Prague, and I get to learn a lot of nuggets of knowledge from her on her secrets to achieve 16 times President's Club. At the same time, to receive the President's Club luggage tag is very prestigious. So I also post that on my Instagram to show the others as well as the fellow followers on what's my life about. And we recently did some client event, a seminar whereby we teach the client how to make a bag, which is called chunky knits. At the same time, I was also being invited to share with one of the top organizations in Prudential Singapore on how I did my one case TOT. And next, recently I went to Japan I bring my road bicycle to Japan. So I always pose them this question: what is your sales process like? Do you know how much your client has in their bank? Do you know how much they own in terms of assets, their properties, or in terms of their investments, etc.? Or how much they owe, what's their debt, what's their liability? So most of them, they will reply me that they do not know. They are not sure. Client doesn't want to disclose. However, at my end, I don't have this issue at all, because every single client I meet, I always prep them and say that, Mr. and Mr. Prospect, okay, by the way, I'm Angeline. I'm actually the private wealth consultant, okay, managing high net worth and ultra high net worth account. So my job today is to help you and customize a solution according to your needs. But first thing first, before I go to that to share with you a solution, I will need to find out more about you, okay? But more about you, more towards the financial aspect. So first thing first, what is your current gross income? So that is my standard script. So when my script will be moving from their gross income to their expenses, and then from there I'll move up to assets. So most of the time when reach their assets, sometimes if the client is not very close to you, they may get slightly uncomfortable. But that's fine. When they get uncomfortable, I will propose another, I will share another script to them so that they get more comfortable. So let's say they say that they are not comfortable, I will reply them and share in a way whereby, Mr. Prospect, I apologize that if you are feeling slightly uncomfortable. However, it is rightful and it's necessary that I do need to know whatever you have. Why so? Because if given a choice, right, would you prefer me to sell you a product, or would you prefer me to customize a product according to your needs? I'm sure you do not want to overpay for something you do not need, right? Yeah, so most of the time they will be fine after that. And whatever you share with me today, it will be kept private and confidential. It's between me and you. I won't share with anyone, even with the friends who have referred you to me. Okay, so my case size usually are generally bigger because of my fact find, and I always follow the formulas. And these formulas are not an alien to any one of you guys, which is 20% of annual income for retirement and 10 times of annual income for critical illness, which is income replacement, and 5% of annual income for education. So this is my standard format. Okay, so I'm coming towards the end of my 4 methods how to be MDRT and beyond. So MDRT and beyond, that also means that don't just stop at MDRT. Beyond, it goes to COT and TOT and even President's Club. Because to me, MDRT, if you are doing MDRT consistently, that also means that there isn't any growth. So for those fellow MDRT advisors who are listening to me right now, I would encourage you and urge you to aim for COT, right, within this 3 months. And for those fellow COT advisors, I will urge you to challenge yourself to do TOT. Okay? So if let's say today we are still focusing and maintaining the same level of result as the previous year, that also means there's no growth. And it shouldn't be there's no growth, because we are always constantly improving ourselves day by day, year on year. And if there's no growth in our end as an advisor, it will not be fair for the clients, because always remember, your client is growing and journeying with you the whole time. If let's say you don't grow yourself, your client is not growing either. Okay, I'm coming towards the end of my sharing. So there's something I would like to share with you guys, my recent observation and motivation from the Kruger National Park. So this picture, in fact, wasn't taken from Kruger National Park, because I took a picture of lioness in Kruger National Park. It's not the best picture, but this picture I took it in Cape Town, which is in Aquila Game Reserve, which is near Cape Town. And guess what? From my recent Africa trip, I learned a lot of things, especially how animals navigate. And you know, in Singapore, we are a small city, we are a lion city. So we don't really get too much information on animals, like how, experience animals in the wild. Most of the time, we see animals in the zoo. So this trip was indeed refreshing for me, and it's a dream come true to go to Africa. And I love Africa so much because since young, I will always watch safaris and National Geographic, you know, and it's always my dream. And I managed to do that. And I also get to learn that lions feed on prey every 5 to 7 days. So that was a new information for me. No wonder I was thinking, how come lions will never become fat? Because they are never fat, right? So because they only eat like every 5 to 7 days. And sometimes I also found out from the ranger in Kruger National Park that it takes more than few days to follow a prey to wait for the right moment. So they will just be nonchalant, appear nonchalant, and when even they are near the prey, they will not just strike and jump on the prey. Okay, and I also learned that cheetahs, their hunt rate is actually above 50% to strike on the prey. And in fact, lions, their hit rate are way lower than cheetahs. It's only 17%. So from this information, I went to think about how human works, you know, because sometimes human as us, we are always so busy, we are always in a rush, we are always in a hurry, and we are very impatient. And from the recent experience, I learned that, wow, the animals are such a patient, and they are so patient, and there's so much we got to learn from them. And to translate that in work, you know, the lesson learned, I think that it is really okay to fail and be rejected sometimes, you know. As long as we cultivate a habit, you know, just now I heard Emmanuel, he was saying 84 cases, you just need 84 cases a year. So that is 7 cases a month, and that equates to about 2 cases 1 week. That's too little for me, in my perspective, right? So if you are keeping your activities rate up, and you keep the levels of activities high, right? In Singapore, we always share that you need to have 20 appointments a week. 20 appointments a week, if let's say your ratio is 10:1, that means you close 5 person in 1 week. So the math will answer for itself. So if we keep repeating what we need to do and keep it habitual, and if we do it all the time, and when we strike, we will be greeted with great rewards. And I certainly believe in that. Okay? So, yeah, we can think like a lion and strike like a cheetah. Okay? So the spirit of Ubuntu. So recently, Prudential Singapore Star Club was held in Cape Town because it's our Star Club incentive. So I really love this thing called the Ubuntu and the speed, the power of us. So we were just chanting the Ubuntu chant while we were having our activity. So I'm coming towards the end of my sharing, and I would like all of us through Africa to have this spirit of Ubuntu towards your colleagues as well as your clients. Okay, so may this Pro Africa and may Pro Africa have a good run for the next 3 months and achieve your breakthrough. Remember, if you are still hitting the same standard as last year, you are not growing. And this year is the best year. If it's not now, then when? Okay? So anyway, I thank you for your kind attention. Thank you, Pro Africa, for this kind patience to hear my sharing. And that's all for my end.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Angeline. We have just 2 questions for you. If you could just give us 2 minutes. Our first question will come from Rachel in Uganda. So Rachel, please ask your question. Thank you. Thank you so much. Angeline. We have just 2 questions for you. If you could just give us 2 minutes. Our first question will come from Rachel in Uganda. So Rachel, please ask your question. Apologies. It seems Rachel is not yet ready. We may come back to Rachel. Silas, are you ready? Silas with the Kenya business. If you're ready with your question, we can take that now, please. Apologies. It seems Rachel is not yet ready. We may come back to Rachel. Silas, are you ready? Silas with the Kenya business. If you're ready with your question, we can take that now, please.
So if there's no question, that's all for me. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, Angeline. Thank you. I learned a lot. We have to hunt like lions and strike like cheetahs. And I love the fact that Angeline talked about embracing different seasons. See how easily she talked about how her team lost that cycling race. I don't know how many of us would have said, I mean, to confess that you were last in a race. But it just shows that resilience and that consistency and persistence that we all need to be successful. So we want to move on to the next item in our program. I understand that Paul is ready for their question. So Angeline, thank you for staying on. If we can have a question now, we're ready for you, team.
Okay, most of the time, to be honest, my travel for this year, I would say about 70% is for work.
I understand that Paul is ready for their question. So Angeline, thank you for staying on.
And learn from the other practitioners from all over the world.
We're ready for you.
So when I travel or work, I also added on the leisure. I think how to stay productive. So you remember the last part that the last few parts on the methods. I built a lot on the networking, and I built the right network because being intentional, like I mentioned, is important. So I know that I have little time, but yet I need to talk to the right people. So I tend to mix more with the business owners as well as C-suites, people who are in the chief position, as well as people who are in the HR position. As long as I know that they have good network, I will spend more time with these people. And because of that, I spend more time with these people. The case size are usually bigger. Like one case can be one MDRT, and one case can be one COT, and a few cases can be one MDRT. So because to me, when I'm in this career, I used to do the mass market and the mass affluent market. However, as I get older, I have more things on my plate, especially now I'm also managing a team and running a lot of trainings, teaching a lot to a lot of advisors. I need to spend my time wisely. So when I spend most of my time to this group of people, it helped me maximize my productivity. So maybe I need to correct a little bit on the traveling part. I don't travel 60% or 40% of the time. That's too much. But I went for 11 trips this year. Some of my trips were longer, almost 1 month. Some of my trips were 2 weeks. Some of my trips were like 3 weeks. Some of my trips were like 3 days. Some of my trips were, it ranges. So I calculated I'm away from Singapore about 2 to 3 months, 2.5 months away from Singapore. So I still had a good 9.5 months to work in Singapore as well. And when I'm overseas, I keep in good contact. My Instagram helped me a lot to connect with my audience, because when I'm overseas, I can't tell them too much about policies, right? So when I'm on my social media, I share with them my journey. So I also spark a lot more conversations, and my conversation will always lead to an appointment. I'm not just chatting for fun, I will chat for fun, but my chatting will always lead to a catch up. Okay, so that was a very good question. Thank you so much for asking that question. Any other questions? I'm not sure that is supposed.
Okay, so we'll take Rachel's question now, please. That'll be our last question. So, Rachel, please go ahead with your question. That'll be our last question. So, Rachel, please go ahead with your question.
Can't really hear you. Okay, I'm so sorry. I can't. I can't
Yes.
hear you at all. Do you think you may want to?
All right. So, Angeline, I just want to thank you on behalf of the whole team, all the Africa LBUs. We want to say a very, very big thank you. Take care. Let's give her a round of applause. Yeah. Right. So, can I get help with that? It's too much feedback on it. Okay. All right. So they say third time lucky. Third time lucky. So we've tried 3 times to get Flora, and I understand she's been waiting patiently to address this forum. So I trust that now we will have success. Flora, if you are on the call, you have the floor. We have just 10 minutes for this slot. Thank you. And I understand she's been waiting patiently.
Good afternoon,
to address
Prudential. Can you all hear me?
I trust that now we will have success. Flora, if you are on the call, you have the floor. We have just 10 minutes for this slot. Thank you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
I'm getting a bit of feedback. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Can I get a sign from anyone if you can hear me? Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah, I was waiting very patiently, but I was also inspired from the CEO. I had CEO Mkobi's talk as well as Angelique. So I think really this is the whole community of being part of the MDRT family, so that we all work together and also inspire one another as advisors. I am obviously an advisor here in South Africa. I hear Angelique was just here, as she was just mentioning in a talk that she was here in South Africa a few weeks ago. So really, I am so honored to be here to be talking to fellow advisors like yourself. So really, my message to you is just to say that, as an advisor, we can all achieve our goals. We can all achieve MDRT. We can all achieve COT. We can all achieve TOT. It's really about what is it that we are going to do with the information that we have, with the support and the technology and the resources that we have in our disposal to make it happen for ourselves. MDRT is really a premier association of financial professionals like you, that you can tap into other advisors around the world to tap from what they already know what they are already doing, what they are using to propel you to make it to the next level of your production target. I was hearing also earlier on, the CEO was talking about, how many cases can you make a week? I mean, this is the last stretch of the year. Also, us here in South Africa, we've also got a challenge. We call it a chairman's challenge, the CEO's challenge in my company, where we are now, given targets to be able to can stretch ourselves in the last 2.5 months, 10 weeks, basically, to say, what are we going to do to end up either already exceeding our targets now or going beyond or doing better than what you did last year? Because it's really about you to say that, what is the next best thing that I'm going to do this year? Yes, what I did last year is irrelevant. What is it that I'm going to do this year to actually, improve on my target for last year? So what we try and do here in South Africa is to try and say, try and make 1 case a day. So that translates to 5 cases a week. So that way, it's very easy for us to able to reach either MDRT, whether it's COT, whether it's TOT. If you use that strategy to say that, what is it that I'm going to do to have 1 closed case a day in the next 10 weeks, you are definitely going to be able to can achieve that. So that is really, and these are the tools that we are getting, some of them from the MDRT resources that we have. There are, things that you can use to be able to measure your activities on a daily basis, to say that, what is it, how am I managing my time to make sure that I'm able to can see enough clients to be able to can close 1 case every day. And then it rolls over the people that you've sold today, it rolls over into a closing appointment for tomorrow, so that you are able to can close enough cases so that you are able to reach your target. So for us, these are the things that we have got from MDRT to help us to be able to manage our time better and be able to reach our target. I was also inspired by one member from South Africa, for those who attended the Dubai meeting, who was 41 years, MDRT member. And I want him to say that, how do you keep coming back? Because he's got one of the biggest practices in the country. Why do you keep coming back year after year? Why do you become a member year after year? It's because he obviously sees value in becoming a member after 41 years. I mean, it's as long as some of us have been born, but he kept going back. And he says, every year I get something, I get an idea that I can implement in my business so that I can supercharge my business. Every year I pick up something different from what I picked up last year. For example, he even mentioned a simple thing like, when he started 41 years ago, when he started becoming a member, there was no technology, there was no social media. Those things were not there. So things are changing obviously in the world, and things are obviously changing in the financial, planning space. So you cannot say, I've done everything, I know everything. Every time you learn from others. The newer generation of members of MDRT seems to be very, or on top of the technology issue. So you kind of learn something from the younger generation, because they are very connected with this kind of things, whether it's TikTok, X, or whatever it is. They can share with you 1 or 2 things that they are doing to be able to make sure that they've got enough clients, or they've got enough referral, they've got enough prospects that can work with. They fill up their diaries. I've also heard Angelique talking about 20 appointments a week. Absolutely. We also do that, on our side, to say that, what is it that we are doing to make sure that you've got enough people that you see in the week to be able to can close 5 cases in that week. If you don't get to the next week, you can say, what is it that I'm going to do additional to try and make up for lost, cases from last week. So really for us, it's really to get ideas from other members that are free to share. These people who have already used this, ideas that are working well for them, and at the same time is making them good money, but they are willing to share these ideas. So that is really the power of MDRT, to say that, there are people who are there who have, you don't have to make any more mistakes. You can just take what others have done, implement it to your business so that you can supercharge your business going forward. And then membership is really about using the resources. I don't know how many of you have got the MDRT app, the ones that are members. I'm going to try and show you what mine looks like. So if you look at my app here, it shows me also what the trending topics that you can actually look at this week. For example, there's one here called Why Advisors Should Care About Social Media. So that is for me, that is intriguing. So I can have some time. Some are quick videos, which doesn't take a lot of time, can be 5 or 10 minutes, that you can look to say, okay, what is it that I can do to maybe improve on my social media or improve on my, put yourself out there. Because if you are not known, obviously nobody's going to be in touch with you. There are people who are really using, things as a base of their connection, or as a base to get new prospects, or working with their current clients to be able to connect them to their friends and family. So social media is very, very key in driving this business from where I'm sitting into the future. So this is something that each one of you can see how you can best use technology. It can be either one. It doesn't have to be all of them, but you can see the different social media platform and see which one works the best for you, and work with that and see if it's going to give you the results that you desire. So, so obviously a lot of people don't always, you know about the issues. For example, the MDRT meetings that happens on an annual basis. So over and above that, there's things that you can use every day. You can go into the MDRT website. You can see a lot of videos. You can see a lot of podcasts that are on there that can help you and support your business as you go along. So every year, obviously, as you know, there's 2 meetings that MDRT does. For the ones coming for next year, the one is happening in Miami, in Florida, and it's around June. And then the second one is happening in Macau, in Hong Kong, China, in around August 2025. So those are the big events that MDRT will be hosting for the coming year. So we want to encourage all of you, for those who have not reached a target, to say that you still got 10 months. You can still do something to change your trajectory, to change your business in these 10 months, to can push yourself to be able to can say, what is it that I'm going to do to make sure that I qualify? Because there's 3 spheres you can qualify. Obviously, as an MDRT member who has reached qualifying criteria, and also there's also an MDRT Academy for those who are still students who are aspiring to become MDRT. So those are the people who have joined the MDRT Academy that will be able to can qualify by 50% of their production targets, to be able to can qualify to go for an MDRT event. So, you can touch base with me with regards to finding out how can you join the academy for the coming year. And also for leaders, people who are managers, to join the MDRT Center of Field Leadership, which is for managers and their teams who are wanting to build the MDRT culture in their companies, so that you've got more and more MDRT qualifiers that are able to can qualify for 2025 and be able to can attend the meetings for the coming year. So each and every one, obviously, as an MDR member, you become a global citizen. You are connected with people from all over the world. As what Angelique was just saying, she was here in South Africa. I'm sure she knows a lot of MDRT members from here, and then you connect with people from everywhere. The last session that we have been, I was in Dubai. So I've got friends that are already based there. So when you go there, you are already connected to the people that are MDRT members that are based in that country. And you obviously have a very different experience when you get there, because yes, when we are there for a conference, but you are outside of the conference, you also do networking with the people. Network with the people from around the world, network from the people who are based there. connect with their families, get to see their families that you don't necessarily see them when you are in an MDRT event. So really, I want to encourage everyone to say that you can still make it. I'm an advisor like you. There's nothing special that I do possess, but it's really about me using the technology that is there, using the resources that are there, using the podcasts and videos that are there to be able to qualify for MDRT. You can also do the same. You can also qualify. You can become a TOT. You can become a COT. It's really about what is it that you are going to do about the things that are already in your disposal, things that you already have, that you can take an idea, use it to be able to supercharge your business. One last thing I just want to mention is that it's really about you taking the first step, because people are always say, but it's expensive to enroll for MDRT membership, or it's too costly. But look at it from, say that what is the investment that I want to make to my business? Because the resources that you are going to use all year round, for the amount of money that you put in there, is an investment into your business. If you go into the connections and network that you get, the support that you get with the whole MDRT portfolio, I think the money becomes secondary. If you look at the kind of material that you get, the kind of support that you get from using the MDRT platform, it is a good investment for you and for your business, and also for managers. If they are part of the MDRT Center of Field Leadership, they see a lot of support, a lot of things that their students can use to be able to improve their strategies of how can I close my business, how can I make sure that I sign more cases. The managers is also getting support in supporting their students. In that way, the manager is also benefit, and it also really take away some of the time that the manager can be able to. Sorry, someone is talking. Is my time up? So that is really that in my nutshell. I hear I've only got 10 minutes. So I really just want to appeal to you to say that really 10 weeks, that's all we have. You can do it. Just push 10 weeks. You can make a difference. And we would like to see you next year in Miami or in Macau in China. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Flora. One key thing is the opportunity to network around the world, and MDRT has given us the opportunity to network with lots of people around the world. Thank you very much, Flora. Yes, I know we've had a lot of speeches. We'll be having 5 minutes break. But before we move for the break, please note that whilst people or the speakers are talking, let's limit the movement. Let's limit the movement. The KT group would give us 5 minutes performance, and then you can use that to visit nature or any artificial call. Over to you. Let's limit the movement. Let's limit the movement. The KT group would give us 5 minutes. In 5 minutes. In 5 minutes, we should be back and be seated for the next speaker. All right, we can do it better than this. A round of applause for the KT group. On to the next item, we'll have Mr. Andrew E.K. Cole, Senior Director for MDRT PIC for the group. But before our speaker would play the Beijing MDRT video. On to the next item, would have Mr. Andrew E.K. Cole.
I'm Carol King, 2025 President of MDRT, the premier association of financial professionals. As a member for 26 years, I have benefited from every resource that MDRT has to offer. Learning the information and skills I needed to be successful. Put simply, MDRT has changed my business, my friendships, and my life. And it can do the same for you. What started nearly a century ago with several business people around one table has transformed into a diverse and dynamic global organization. MDRT now has members representing more than 700 companies in 18 nations and territories. Through MDRT, we engage with one another around the world to learn and attain even greater levels of professional and personal success. I am living proof of that. We make countless choices in our lives, choices that, good or bad, determine what will happen next for us. When it comes to designing our career and life, the choices are ours. But take it from me, MDRT is the best choice we can make.
I want you to remember this. The ability to always learn is your only source of sustainable competitive advantage, personally. It's your only source.
We are number one!
We have an exciting plan for all of you here today. We're going to kick it off this 3-day event with our run to MDRT.
Enjoy the run, everyone! Yes! When you are alone, you run fast. When you run together, you run far. So immerse yourself into learning to learn, be present, and continue your winning journey to Prudential MDRT.
MDRT is an opportunity for every agent to express himself.
Very interesting. It's very good to be around people from different countries.
Line of speakers are great.
We learn a lot and we are really inspired by it.
Hopefully, every one of us can do MDRT and beyond.
I think I will do much more better in the future.
My experience, very great and get very motivated.
I feel great, never stop learning.
I feel so energetic.
We do MDRT.
We do MDRT.
We do MDRT.
We do MDRT.
Prudential
number one.
See you next year. See you next year. One force, one Prudential.
One, two. Good morning, Prudential. Oh, good morning, Prudential. How are you feeling today? We do MDRT. I can't feel the energy. We do MDRT. Okay, so we would have our group MDRT coordinator, Andrew. If you're on call, your audience is ready. Andrew, if you can hear us, over to you. Hi, Andrew, we can hear you.
those who are on their way with great determination, collective belief that through collaboration, hard work, and a relentless pursuit of excellence that we will all achieve greatness together. Thank you, and let's make this year a landmark of success in the history of MDRT, furthering Africa progress beyond 500 and contribution to the Prudential Group aspiration of reaching 12,000 MDRT qualifier.
With hard work and the desire to do it. So let's all make sure that we leave with that message clear in our minds that everyone can do it. If you're not there yet, it's not too late. We'll approach Q4 with that determination to succeed. So our next speaker today is an electrical and electronic engineer by training. He has his degree from the University of Southampton in the UK. He's worked with Prudential Assurance Company Singapore for 18 years and 9 months. He is a 17 times MDRT, 6 times COT, and 5 times President's Club. You can clap. Very, very, very inspiring. So today we have invited Financial Services Director of Prudential Singapore in the person of Chi Teng Han to just inspire us and tell us how he does it and how we can also do it too. Thank you. The floor is yours.
just the changing of the guard. But I knew what I had to do. Keep working and keep competing. In tennis, perfection is impossible. In the 1,526 singles matches I played in my career, I won almost 80% of those matches. Now, I have a question for you. What percentage of points do you think I won in those matches? Only 54%. In other words, even top-ranked tennis players win barely more than half of the points they play. When you lose every second point on average, you learn not to dwell on every shot. You teach yourself to think, okay, I double faulted, it's only a point. Okay, I came to the net and I got passed again, it's only a point. Even a great shot, an overhead backhand smash that ends up on ESPN's top 10 playlist, that too is just a point. So here's why I'm telling you this. When you're playing a point, it has to be the most important thing in the world, and it is. But when it's behind you, it's behind you. This mindset is really crucial because it frees you to fully commit to the next point and the next point after that with intensity, clarity, and focus. The truth is, whatever game you play in life, sometimes you're going to lose. A point, a match, a season, a job, a roller coaster with many ups and downs. And it's natural when you're down to doubt yourself and to feel sorry for yourself. And by the way, your opponents have self-doubt too. Don't ever forget that. But negative energy is wasted energy. You want to become a master at overcoming hard moments. That is, to me, the sign of a champion. The best in the world are not the best because they win every point. It's because they know they'll lose again and again and have learned how to deal with it.
And you're not getting your homework done, you're practicing, and I tell my girls this every day, you are practicing who you are going to be. So if you're getting up late and you're trifling and you're not getting your homework done, that's what you're practicing.
If you're complaining, that's what you're practicing.
If you're a whiner, you're practicing being a whiner. If you're spoiled, you're practicing that. That doesn't just go away. You know, and so you have to start practicing who you want to be. Do you want to be dependable? Then you have to be dependable. Mm-hmm. If you want people to trust you, then you have to be trustworthy.
Yeah.
And you
Thank you very much, Chi-Teng. It says we should remember the promises and be committed, and I'm sure we'll all remember the key things is mentioned in this presentation. We'd like to take questions. We'll start from Ghana. Oh, okay. Okay, so we have some questions online. Okay, Chi-Teng, if you can hear me. So this coming from Prudential Uganda, from Rachel. She's asking, in what ways did you adapt your offerings during the pandemic to meet the evolving needs of consumers, especially considering that 70% value flexibility and then 60% preferred digital solutions? I take the question again. In what ways did you adapt your offerings during the pandemic to meet the evolving needs of consumers, especially considering that of 70% value flexibility and then 60% preferring digital solutions? I believe so. Nigeria, if you're connected, if you have a question, you can drop it in the chat box. Same as Zambia and same as Kenya. Coming from Ghana, sure.
Please, I just want to find out, how do you sell i-tickets premium?
Yes, thank you very much. I can see a hand up. You can please unmute and ask your question. Please prepare to unmute and ask your question for those online when I call to you. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity. Good afternoon. And my name is Frank Okante. Chitan Han, thank you so much for the great inspiring message, I want to call it. So my question has to do with the point that you tell us to build friends and not clients. Truth is, we meet lots of people. We try to build we try to create lots of clients out of our network. Sometimes when you sit and you look at the kind of clients you have signed up, there's like a lot of clients. But you're telling us to cultivate these clients and make them friends. How do you keep up with your friends who are your clients? And how do you do it? Because you know the way our job is. When you kill it, you want to move to the next one. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We have a thumbs up here. The question well answered. We just have time for 2 more questions. There's one from Zambia. If you please unmute your mic and ask your question. First half of the question was, how do you keep your pipeline from running dry? We have time for one more question from Kenya, and then we will have to move on. I can tell you, Chiteng, there'll be a lot of people trying to reach out to you after the session because hands are shooting up. But just in the interest of time, we have to just take that last question from Kenya team. And then please reach out to Chiteng. I think he put his details up earlier, and he's also very active on LinkedIn. So Kenya team, please unmute and ask your question. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Chiteng. You can now share your contact. You can share your screen. Thank you very much, Chiteng. And I believe that we've all picked learnings from his presentation. All right, we'll move straight into panel discussion. And to lead the panel discussion, my co-MC will be doing that. Yes.
We are billionaires. We are Prudential. We do MDRT. We are Prudential. Yes, let's do MDRT again. We are Prudential. Let's do it again. We are Prudential.
Good morning.
How are we doing today?
Good. Very good. Excellent. Oh, yes.
You all warmly welcome to the Maiden Africa Sprint 2024.
Aquaba.
Aho!
Ahoya.
Aho!
Ahoya.
Aho!
Ahoya. Yeah.
One Prudential.
One force.
One force.
One Prudential.
One Africa.
One force.
One force.
One Africa.
We do MDRT.
It's a 5P movement.
We do MDRT.
It's a 5P movement.
We do MDRT.
It's a 5P movement. We are purposeful. We appreciate process. We are highly productive.
We drive profitability.
This is Prudential MDRT African Sprint, and we are excited to host your maiden program.
It promises to educate you and energize you into the final lap to achieve MDRT, COT, or TOT status.
You are assured that this session will help you build healthy connections within your LBUs in a purposeful and fun way.
Thank you for being part of this median event.
Have fun and enjoy.
Karibu!
Prudential Uganda. We do MDRT, where it's about proficiency, prestige, and persistence. Oh yes!
Prudential. Let's live life together. Turinawe. Prudential is regular.
remember this. The ability to always learn is your only source of sustainable competitive advantage, personally. It's your only source.
We are number one!
We have an exciting plan for all of you here today. We're going to kick it off this 3-day event with our run to MDRT.
Enjoy the run, everyone! Yes! When you are alone, you run fast. When you run together, you run far. So immerse yourself into learning to learn, be present, and continue your winning journey to Prudential MDRT.
MDRT is an opportunity for every agent to express himself.
Very interesting. It's very good to be around people from different countries.
Line of speakers are great.
We learn a lot and we are really inspired by it. Hopefully, every one of us can do MDRT and beyond.
I think I will do much more better in the future.
My experience, very great and get very motivated. I feel great, never stop learning. I feel so energetic!
We do MDRT!
We do MDRT!
We do MDRT!
We do MDRT!
Prudential number one!
See you next year!
See you next year! One force, one Prudential!
So for our panel, we begin with our representative from Kenya, Charlene Kimara. Please come up. A big round of applause. It's not easy to be called to represent your country. It's a great honor. Please make yourself comfortable on stage. For Ghana, we have Mathani Ewa. next, we have a representative from Nigeria, Noye Adaobi. You're welcome. We have from Uganda, Hawa Tembo Mbabazi. Keep clapping, she's not seated yet. Thank you. And finally, last but not the least, we have Nandipa Chulu from Zambia. So you're all welcome. The microphone closest to you is the one to use. And you just turn it on when you're ready to speak. So we'll start off with an introduction. The audience is dying to meet you. They want to know why you were chosen of all the beautiful people in your countries. How come you were selected to come on stage? So I will request each of you to tell us a little bit about yourself. So let's start with Charlene. So Charlene, can you tell us, or everybody here, who is Charlene Kimara?
Good morning, Prudential.
Good morning.
Am I audible? Very few people know me as Charlene Kimara. Like even at home, very few people can say my actual name. That's my government name. Professionally, I'm called Mama Bima Kenya. Yes. And I'm an insurance agent and a team leader. And of course, from my name, you can already tell which LBU I'm representing. Next month marks 5 years now in the insurance business. Yay! But my career trajectory in insurance really changed 3.5 years ago. I got recruited at Prudential Kenya. And let me tell you, so when I got to Prudential, went through the training, I saw products I had never seen before in our market. I started appreciating, wow, here are products that I can use to do income protection for my clients, that I can use for legacy planning. So the past 5 years, or the past 3 or so years of my career, I've been working with Kenyan individuals and families to protect them with very bespoke insurance solutions. And last year something happened. I was never that strong. I was speaking with my friend there, Mordecai, and I was telling him just a few years ago, about 3 years ago, at Prudential, I was earning about 1,900 Ghana cedi. And this year, possibly the best I've earned is about 220,000 Ghana cedi. And it really speaks of the journey that I have taken so far in the past 3.5 years. So in a nutshell, okay, an insurance agent, a team leader at Prudential Life Assurance Kenya, and a very happy MDRT qualifier. Last year was the very first time. And this year so far, I have done 2 times MDRT. And yes, with a collection of about 1,700,000, 1.7 million cedi. And I'm hoping, I'm going for 2.5 because that will get me to the court of table.
I like that. An introduction with the aspiration included. They are already inspired. Can you tell? Okay, so I'll move on to Mathani now. Please tell us about yourself.
All right, thank you very much. My name is Matani Ewua. I'm from Ghana LBU. I've qualified 3 times MDRT, which is a COT right now. I'm a team leader. Newly promoted team leader. I'm also the overall best agent 2023. I joined Prudential Life Insurance Ghana Limited 2022. And in 2022, I also became the most promising financial consultant for that year, 2022. I've been in Prudential for 2 years now. And last year, I qualified for COT. Last year, I qualified for COT. This year, the first 3 months, just 2 months after the first 3 months, I've also qualified for another COT. And I'm hoping to qualify for TOT this year. Naturally, my values are very simple, and it's about brand reputation. I believe in reputation in this job. The second thing has to do with how to network more with my people, my colleagues, my friends, my clients as well. I also look at sales integrity as well as a value that I don't. Then I look at how best I can seriously be recommendable for referrals as well. I am naturally a team player. I'm a team player. And then I'm very much passionate about what I'm doing at the moment as a financial, and I love the job that I'm doing as a financial, and I'm proud of it as a financial sales consultant. But apart from that, I like networking with my clients, as I've said. And one thing that I like about myself is I always want to find a new way of doing things so that it can better the life of other people. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So if you didn't know why he was on stage, now you know, right? I guess it's clear now. Very clear. So I'm moving on to Noye. Please tell us who you are.
Good morning, Prudential. My name is Adobe Nwoye. Adobe Nwoye is a dedicated, focused, vibrant, charming salesperson from Nigeria. Okay. I'm from the bank assurance section. So I don't know, it's only God that knows the reason why he placed me here. I started this job 2020, and I've been doing well as the best 3 times Emerald winner, 3 times MDRT winner, 3 times gold incentive winner. Presently, I am the flag bearer of Nigeria MDRT. So I'm also a chartered insurer by profession with other qualifications in view, and I'm a mother of 4 wonderful kids. Thank you.
My people, we are not joking here. We are not joking. Actually, we are really serious. Okay. So next up, we have Hawa. So Hawa, please tell us about yourself.
Good morning, Prudential. How are you feeling today? I'm glad to be here. My name is Hawa Tembo Mbabazi. I'm a financial consultant from Uganda, Prudential Uganda Limited. I've been in the business for close to 5 years. I joined in COVID 2019, and I can tell you I have a number of successes that I have accumulated out of the 5 years I've been in Prudential. I'm a team leader. I have achieved the prestigious MDRT qualification twice, that is 2023 and to date, 2024. I still qualified for the Diamond Club in 2023. I was also nominated among the highest Innovative Agent of the Year at 2023 in Uganda. And I also got the first runners-up in our insurance industry as an agent who had the highest premium case size and the case count as well, showcasing my dedication and expertise to the business. Most importantly, too, I love serving humanity. I am a director of the Rotary Club of one of the most affluent clubs in my district, 9213 in Kampala, Uganda. Oh yeah, thank you. And I'm a very happy mother of very 2 beautiful, satisfied, and confident babies. I am glad to be here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Hawa. so much. Even a recognition at national level, you said, second highest in the industry. Amazing. So last but certainly not the least, we have Nandipa. So Nandipa, please tell us, who are you?
Good morning, Prudential. How are we feeling today? Okay, my name is Nandipa Chulu. I am an ambitious financial advisor from Zambia. I joined Prudential in 2021, and from the time I joined, I have been the top performer in Zambia. I achieved my first Diamond League the moment I joined. I was only 6 months into the business. Yes. And I have been qualifying since then. I'm a 3-time MDRT qualifier, a 3-time Diamond League qualifier. I was the first President Club qualifier in Zambia. And also the first COT qualifier in Zambia as well. Yes. Okay. So for me, being a salesperson is not just a job. I take it as a passion. It's my passion. I love to service other people and also just be a part of their lives and their future. My background is social work. Okay? I didn't expect myself to be in sales, so my background is social work. So when I joined, I just developed this passion to just help people achieve certain goals. And I like what the other speakers said, because that's entirely what I would say. I have set certain goals when it comes to being financially stable, as well as helping people find their financial grounds. So yes, thank you.
So Nandipa, don't drop the mic yet. I want to follow up with, what does being MDRT mean to you? You've just told us that within 6 months of joining, you had achieved this amazing goal that a lot of people still believe is unachievable. So just tell us, what does it mean to you to achieve this level of success?
Okay. So firstly, we all know being an MDRT qualifier is you being amongst some are saying the top 1%, some are saying the top 5%. So it's a rare privilege that you get to have. So for me, it means hard work. I have a few number of things that I can line up, but firstly, hard work. Hard work in the sense that you have to put in 100%. You know, with this job, if you put in 50%, you get 50% back. If you put in 100%, you get 100%. So I would say hard work, and also just being determined and having integrity. So integrity in the sense that, you know, for you to have your clients stick to your books, you know, we always talk about persistence. So the moment you're talking to your clients at first glance, obviously you're a new person. So you need to get them to have your trust, earn your trust. So integrity first. You need to get your clients to be able to trust you with their funds. So it's like you are actually encouraging them to place their funds with you, and you are someone they don't know. So when you start with being someone who's straight and having that integrity, you get them to bring you more clients. They'll actually get to sell on your behalf. So I am someone who gets to have a lot of referrals in my business. So the more I speak to this one client, the more I get into their network. So being an MDRT qualifier helps me even access materials that other people are not able to access. So just between the few years that I've qualified for MDRT, I've been able to meet people like Sanjay, who helps us receive those books, and you get to read about certain materials that other people don't even have access to. And you get to take that to your clients, and you just get to be that person that they can trust. So you are literally amongst the top financial advisors, and you just, you're someone who actually get to see people that are in the highest offices. So this is something that is, yeah.
Great, great.
Yeah.
So as Mokobi put it, you're amongst the creme de la creme. Right?
Exactly.
Absolutely. So what we've heard is that it means hard work to get in there in the first place. But then once you're there, referrals start to work, and you meet people in amazing positions, and you get amazing exposure as well. Mathani, what about you? What does being MDRT mean to you? Oh, COT. My apologies.
Yes, please, COT.
My apologies. Should I come in?
No, I'm okay. Basically, I feel great. I feel honored. Might be the first person in Prudential Life Insurance who has, attained this kind of status in Prudential. And being a COT means that I have done 3 times the the basic minimum qualification. MDRT is just a normal qualification, which is in Ghana is a 170,400. The COT means that the higher production level, and that one is times 3 of it, which is a 511,200. And then being a TOT, it means that the highest production, and that's what the category I am in. And with this membership, actually, it means that I have exceeded and then met and exceeded the basic MDRT level over there. And it's all boils down to hard work and determination, as they're saying. The second thing is that I try to maintain customer relationship. Try to maintain customer relationship over there, and then try to adhere to MDRT ethics as well. So that keeps me going and makes me more professional over there. The other thing is because I've been able to attain this one, it has given me a lot of benefits, and that's one of the benefits is networking with the agency players and colleagues as well, because we recently went to Dubai conference, MDRT Global Conference, and when we went to this conference, it was amazing. You had opportunity to meet a lot of, go through a lot of presentations. I've been using those presentations for my career development. And when you look at this presentation, one of the key presentations which inspired me most is the how to achieve 90% MDRT consistency. And then the other thing has to do with how to overcome rejections based on resilience. And things that always keep us off from this business is rejection. And with that one, I'm able to stand firm and continue to do what I'm doing to make sure that I get to the top among the best. The other thing has to do with training. MDRT, we are registered on MDRT platform. For me, I'm registered almost about $650 every year after qualifying as a COT. And with that one, it gives me a lot of materials, training materials. So I go through year and year. When I face challenges, I go there and then pick the materials over there. When you look at this level that I've got into, credibility and a reputation is very key to me. So my client now sees me as somebody who has gotten to a stage where they can now confide in me, give me more businesses, and also do additional businesses with me. Aside of that, visibility and then organization and recognition. With me, now I'm here on a bigger platform. I was in a Prudential Life Ghana platform, and I felt great. Now I'm Prudential African platform, sharing some of my thoughts with my colleagues who are out there and then want to make it bigger to the top. Finally, I see myself as a resource, because this is what it means to me finally. I see myself as a resource to Prudential Life Insurance, where I can be advising people and sharing. I see myself as a resources also to my mentee as well, as a resources also to my client, where client can use me and then inquire much about me, inquire much about the product, inquire much about the service I do, and confide in me and then give me a lot of referrals. And finally, a resource also to MDRT Global, because I don't see myself only being on this platform, but I see myself being on MDRT platform as it happened in Dubai. One day, we'll be sharing my thoughts and people will take a clue out of it. Thank you very much.
Yes, so Mathani says MDRT is the gift that keeps on giving. right? So there's the exposure, connection with other people in other markets, the training materials, I think Nandipa also mentioned. So you can't lose, right? It is just the gift that keeps on giving. So let's go on to Noye. Tell us what this means to you.
Good morning. Okay. MDRT means to Adobe Nwoye, an active, dedicated, focused member that have passed through the furnace of cells, came out shining and brighter and ready to do more. In this our industry, it's not easy to sell insurance products, that's the truth. But I've made myself outstanding in the sense that I don't, as a bancassurance FSC or agent that's supposed to be inside the branch or inside the bank to look for customers. I don't base on that. I can't, as in, push myself to a comfort zone. I pushed myself. I went out to so many places, even dangerous places. But because I'm looking for that wealth, because I'm looking for money, because I want to always stay relevant in Prudential Zenith Nigeria, I said I must go far. This year, currently, we are talking about cases. I have produced over 615 cases. You can go and ask. Last year, from 2020, I have never done less than 700 cases to end up my year. This is what Adobe Nwoye is, and this is what I stand for. And I will always replicate myself in other FSCs. I will be an idol to them. They will look up to me and see other things that people cannot do, Adobe Nwoye can do. I will be an example to my kids because they are part of me. We call them Prudential family. I will come back home, my last baby, because my first daughter is 16 years old, second year in university. She's part of me. She has been helping me. She will encourage me. Mommy, please, just rest. Say you are seeking for, you are looking for your target, and you want to travel to Greece. You want to travel. Mommy, I'm there for you. Because you are there for me when I needed you. And because God has mounted such to me, I said I must replicate up to 100 FSCs in Nigeria. They will look at me and say I can do it. And I've already started doing it. In my team, the minimum cases you can see anyone produce currently is just 200 cases. So it's not something I am bragging about. It's something I've done. That's why I said I've passed through the furnace of cells, came out brighter and shining, and I will do more. Thank you.
So I hope thank you so much. I hope our colleagues in the other LBUs can feel the energy. So team, we've really brought you the guys who can show you how it's done, right? How it's really done. Okay, so let's move on. We are not done. We are not done even with this question. So Charlene, please tell us, what does MDRT mean to you?
So this is a tough one because how do you go after that? So now let me tell you, I got to know that I was coming to Accra last week on Monday. And we were in a virtual session with our chief agency officer, Madam Jane Tutu. And she took a long time. Out of nowhere, nobody knew that we were actually, one of us was to come physically. And she took a long break, and then she called out my name when she said one of us will be representing us in Accra, and then took a break, mentioned my name. And okay, so I'm one of those people who cry easily. By the way, I cry over the smallest of things. but I cried so much. Like, I was so happy. And every time I reflect on that, something changed in July when we went to Beijing for the Prudential Global MDRT. I got into a room where I had a chance to sit in a session by Dr. Sanjay Tolani. From the word go, when I joined this industry, I was introduced into the insurance business by my husband, who's actually my agency supervisor back in, back in Kenya. Yes, and he used to buy Sanjay Tolani's books and they would be shipped in, and most times he would send me to the poster when I'm coming from work to go collect that for him, and to have had the chance to be in a room with the world's best. Last year I went, my qualification for last year was 1 time MDRT, and Sanjay was on that stage and he had done 1,200 times. And let me tell you, MDRT for me was such a humbling moment because I realized I was coming from Kenya as a giant, you know. But you get there and you realize you're barely scratching the surface. So it was a recommitment for me. It was that light bulb moment that told me, you cannot go to the next MDRT as an MDRT. You need to chase COT. Do you get? I was comfortable. By the time I went in July, I had already done my 1-time MDRT. Last week I just did 2 times, and from now to December, I'm doing another lap, another 855,000 collections. And the reason for that is MDRT made me very uncomfortable. It is a testament to the good work. In my country, people do not take life insurance. We still have those things of, oh, death is a taboo subject. You know, I think it cuts across Africa. Our life insurance penetration in Kenya is at 1.16% only. But every time, so far, year to date, I have done about 106 cases. And the truth is, out of that 106 cases, 95% of that are pure life insurance policies, whole life policies. So there's a culture shift in our country where we are starting to see Kenyans embracing even whole life insurance, income protection policies. So even as I get these accolades of being MDRT, it's a testimony that I'm impacting many Kenyan lives. This year I had my first major life insurance claim. And the joy, it's a very bittersweet moment, you know, where your client, you know, is gone. But then you are responsible. You are the one who has to give the young widow who's been left behind the big news that after we've done a discharge voucher on Monday, that on Friday, you know, the money has hit her accounts. Do you get? So being an MDRT qualifier for me, it's such an honorable moment. It's a testimony that I am doing what I love to do. I'm impacting Kenyans. And also, I'm in Accra, Ghana. Exactly. You get to travel the world. You get to meet and network with so many other friends. So that bit that Mr. Mokobi was talking about, eating Prudential's money, like it's such a, it's a joy. The money is too sweet and the trips are amazing.
Thank you so much. I like that final point, exactly. You have to spend that money. It's very necessary, right? Hawa, let's hear from you, please.
Good morning, Prudential, once again. What does MDRT mean to me? Well, first of all, it's very humbling to be an MDRT back in my country. And at home, I am called Mama Africa for so many reasons. When I put my foot down for a goal, I make sure I achieve it. So what this means to me, it actually represents my commitment to excellency in the industry, professionalism, and ethical standards in the service. Again, it signifies me among my peers Yes, and an opportunity to connect with the like-minded professionals in the same industry. I moved all along away from Uganda. It took me about 8 hours to get here. And I'm here. I've already made friends. I've already picked up a few challenges that one or two have told me. Above all, I'm getting more exposure. I need to have fufu. I am so excited to have fufu. So MDRT is a big thing for everyone, and I'm very glad to be among the 1% of the industry individuals. Who wouldn't love that? Who wouldn't love it? We would all love to be among the 1% and also spend Prudential money, as sweet as it is, just as the CEO just hinted on it before he left. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. So we've heard about their why, basically telling us what this means to them and why they drive themselves to this every day. So let's try and understand a little bit more about how they do it, right? Yeah, people are nodding like, Gloria, let's not just laugh and clap. Let's find out how they do it. So I have a question for each person based on their particular area of strength. They'll have a lot of points, but I wanted each person to focus so that at the end of it, you have 5 solid points to go on, if nothing at all, by the end of today. So let me start with you, Charlene. Charlene, in-house, we call you the digital queen, or the social media queen, right? So can you tell us a bit about how do you do it? How do you use technology, social media, to enhance your sales performance? Yeah.
How many of us use social media on a daily basis? I want us to connect. I'm called Mama. You cannot misspell the name Mama. Mama, then Bima. Bima in Swahili, which is our national language, Bima means insurance. So you can see that word, Mama, Bima, Kenya. Please let's connect on whichever platform you prefer, whether it's LinkedIn, IG, or so. My story with social media goes back to, I told you I joined the industry in 2019 towards the end, October, and then COVID happened. And COVID just changed everything for us. And during COVID, I remember doing a lot of WhatsApp broadcast messages to my clients. We felt like we were all locked up in our houses. You couldn't go out, you couldn't do much. And my messages at the time to my prospective clients were, if you're looking for an education policy, I can help you with that. Please reach out, okay? So when Kenya started opening up, I must tell you, I can be very shy in person. This person you see today who's not trembling and speaking to you, this is Mama Bima Kenya. Charlene is very shy. If you send me to Jane to sell her a policy, I may fall before, I'll tremble and fall maybe before I get to her. So when I started this journey, I realized I was not a natural salesperson. So I needed to get a different way of reaching out to clients, okay? That per se didn't involve me having to chase them down in malls, okay? Or having to do like cold prospecting where you just walk into their offices. So 2021, about September, that's when I came up with the name Mama Bima. And for the next 1 year, I used to feel like I used to talk to myself on social media. I would post, then I ran to my family WhatsApp group and tell my mother and my sisters, like, go and comment, I have already posted. Like, nobody, I did not have an audience, I didn't have anything. But I can tell you, I told you in 2021, a time like this, I was an agent earning how much? 1,900 Ghanaian CD, right? And this year we've hit about 220,000 in just 1 month. That gap, that growth that you see there is courtesy of social media for me. 100% of my business comes from social media, guys. I actually do not know any other way of doing this business, okay? Like what has worked for me so much over the past years has been the use of social media. If you go to my Instagram page, you will notice so far I have about 25,100 followers. And it's an Instagram page that primarily just talks about insurance. Okay? So, yes, once in a while, I'll put in a little bit on my lifestyle. You know, if there's a monumental day, maybe my daughter is joining year 1, I will post such. But you will notice that primarily what I post on my page is all about my work.
So, okay. Mama Bima, how do you go from a post about insurance to a sale? What does that journey look like?
And I must say, this is not just unique to me as Mama Bima. We have fantastic agents whom I'd want you to link up with, especially from Prudential Kenya. We have Marianne Mnyindo, who goes by the name of Lerisk Africa. We do have, like if you are on TikTok, there's a lady there called Bima Hakika. If you're on LinkedIn, there's a lady there who's doing fantastic called Grace Gudera. But how we move, what we have managed, we put content that also has a clear call to action. So if I'm talking to you about how you can do your income replacement, okay? Or how you can, you know, what a critical illness cover can do for you, the call to action at the bottom will have something like, comment this so that I can get back to you. And when a client comments that, we move that discussion into the DMs, and we do needs analysis, we send out the quotes, and then after that now do either a virtual meetup or meetup in person. But what social media has helped that process with, number 1, familiarity and trust. A lot of the clients whom I meet, they already trust you. You're not looking to reintroduce yourself all the time. They feel like Mama Bima is a brand, you know, that I have been seeing. I've been seeing her for maybe a year or so. So by the time you're getting onto that table, that's a very warm lead, okay? So what I would say for all of us here in Ghana and all the other LBUs that are joining us online, please try your hand at social media. You may be pleasantly surprised. You do not have to be a guru in social media. I'm turning 38 years old next month too, so I don't even consider myself like the Gen Zs who are very, you know, like these platforms are very easy for them. Even if you see, if I do a dancing video, you can see my age in it. Like, I will not be, you know, I'll not be as fluid as the younger ones. But when you realize how good social media just fills your sales funnel, when you realize that that one post you do can reach even 20,000 people, okay? Because what you want is you want your content in front of eyeballs, don't you? So please, what I would request all of us, try your hand at social media. Please remember, you need to be very consistent with it, because the first few years may be feeling very quiet and not having much traction. But I can assure you, with consistency, you will keep improving your game, you'll become more confident, and you may be pleasantly surprised by what social media can do for your business.
Thank you so much. I hope we got the points there. It started slow. It started very slow. She would post and then start calling relatives. I'm sure a lot of us even started sales like that, right? Say, I haven't met my target, you will buy a policy. So I think that is good advice for all of us. Let's get started. Let's hear from Hawa. Hawa, how can an agent differentiate themselves? You know, there was a speaker earlier that said that, Angeline, she says there are 5,000 agents and I want to be in the top 10 or 15. And I thought, wow, top 10 or 15 out of 5,000 agents. Now, I know you also come from a very big market, a lot of agents. How do we as individuals stand out? What should we do to make ourselves memorable, even to our clients, being bombarded by a lot of agents from other companies, etc.? Yeah.
Yes, thank you so much. I literally come from an agency of over 7,000 agents, and I come out as number 1 all the time. And that shows my commitment, courage, dedication towards the job that I do, or I embrace the kind of work that I do. Unlike Charlene, I'm not a social media guru. I love physical interactions. I love physical interactions. I never have sessions where I have probably like 100 or 200 people that I prospect, but I love meeting one-on-one. Because when I meet one-on-one, it helps me, first of all, build credibility, trustworthy. That helps me with referral selling. And hence the instant policies that I sign all the time back at home. Because usually I give my target. I don't work around the company targets. Like they give us about 2, I do more than 15 per month. And I can literally tell you I'm always the best agent back at home. So what differentiates me from the rest of the agents? I'm very dedicated and determined. And when I get out to meet or have a meeting with any of the prospects that I could have had an appointment with, I always make sure I leave a print. I don't rush clients into signing, but I intrigue them into signing. You get me? Yes. I'm not the kind of person who comes with papers and I'm like, oh yeah, sign here, sign here, sign here. But by the time I get into your office, depending on how I have presented myself, because at least I know how to present myself, I make sure I present myself well, smell good, talk well, have confidence, trust, you'll close them all. Yes? And then most importantly too, I try as much as possible to improve my relationships with my clients. That again helps me with referral selling. Because once you dwell yourself in probably moving out of the house every day to look for new clients, you'll get exhausted. You need referrals. And how do you get referrals? You need to be in touch with your existing clients and build a strong relationship with them that helps you with the clientele satisfaction. As you know, referral selling is very sweet. 100% or 99% of the referrals are always 100% closed, isn't it? Yeah, because by the time someone refers you to another, they have already pitched to that person about who is coming to do what. So they always minimize your time wasting with a prospect. So that is how I do it. Like I said, social media, no. I try to go there once in a while, but I am so much into physical meeting. I need to look at you in your eyes as you're saying no to the policy that is going to help your children. Yes? And I mean, it is a choice. You see, it is always your choice to get out of your house and make it happen. Yeah. And again, it is still your choice to get out of your house and get wasted. Yeah. What would you love? Get out, make a print in somebody's life. So that is how I do it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So I'm sure you all felt the chill, right? When she said, I'll look into your eyes as you say no to that policy. Yeah, like, no, I'm not going to say no. So I think a key message for me there is we should play to our strengths, right? So if you can leverage social media, let's do it, and let's do it well. And if you are the sort of person that needs to eyeball your clients, then get up in the morning and go out there ready to make a print in somebody's life. Right? Okay, so let's go on to Nandipa. So my question for you is, what are the essential skills and values that are necessary to have MDRT level success? You did it within 6 months of joining.
Yes.
So we need to know, what is that magic that you are using? Yeah.
Okay. So firstly, I have quite a number. Obviously, we all have quite a number, so I'll run through a few and then maybe get into them a bit. So I would say good interpersonal skills. I I would say being self-motivated, being consistent, being having integrity. Again, I'll keep on saying integrity, and also setting up goals. Okay, so I'll start with having a good interpersonal skill. So firstly, if you get to have that good interpersonal skill where you don't be scared to meet people, you should always make it a priority. When you go to an event, you're going to a wedding, you're going to a kitchen party. For me, everywhere, there's prospects. I am that person where you invite me and I'll be looking at you and looking at your pocket and I'm like, you need to start saving. Okay, so don't be scared to reach out to people, because there are certain people where, you know, we might have those friends that are doing very well, but because you're feeling shy, like, you know, like they'll see that I'm selling. I'm one person who's not shy to reach out to people. So you need to have a good networking skill. So even when you get to a place, always make sure you meet new people, create a rapport with the people that you're meeting so that they get to give you leads. When you meet 5-10 people in a day, okay, you pitch to those people and they get to buy the product. They will give you their network, so you get to buy into their network. And for me, what I do mostly is every time I sell to one person, that person must give me leads. Okay, leads work very well for me. So I'll walk into your office, sell a product to you, and the moment you sign that product, you owe me. Okay, you owe me. You need to give me at least 5 leads. I'm not walking out of your office. And there are those people that will tell you, no, I'll speak to them and then I'll get back to you. Trust me, that's credit. You need to give me those leads. So by so doing, I find myself getting into different networks. I'll get into this CEO's network. Obviously, when you meet a CEO, it's almost 90% that their friends are CEOs. Okay, so I'll get into that CEO's network, and that's how come I get the high net worth clients. So I'll get into this CEO that I just met at some party where I wasn't even invited. I just escorted a friend, but I got a lead. And that CEO will give me the friends around him or her. And that's how come I'll get into different networks. And that has helped me a lot with this business. Because you do run dry, obviously. I wouldn't say from the time I started, I've just been thriving, having new leads and everything. You also need a push. You need one of those people to just give you that push by introducing you to their friends. It's not all the time that your pipeline will be full. You will sometimes run out of people, so you just need to keep going. So apart from that, you need to be self-motivated. I know it's not everybody that is self-motivated, but sometimes just wake up and just tell yourself, you know what, even if they're telling, let me take you back to how I started doing this job. Okay, so I used to work somewhere as a general manager for Indians, and usually those people are usually on the stingy side, yeah? So I was the whole general manager, managing about 500 people, okay? And I had this beautiful office, my aircon. I had a turning chair. I would turn around on my chair, and they would make me coffee when I request for it. Okay, and then my salary was not very good, but for me, I had arrived, and you'd find that 3/4 of that money I used to get paid would go to my gas. And firstly, it was a long distance from where I was coming from, so I would have to drive from my house to the office, and I would spend most of the money on gas. And for my boss to even add an increment, you find that in our money, like kwacha is very low, yeah? So like from dollar to kwacha is about 27 kwacha. So you'd find that gas for me to get to the office is about 200 kwacha. If you do your calculations, you'll see that it's very minimal. And you'd find that most money would go towards my gas. And when I was reached out to while I was there, I said, so this lady called me, my team leader, Jao. she called me and said, there's this opportunity, you could come through and work for Prudential. And I instantly said yes. Then I went home and I looked up sales jobs, okay? So the first thing that came to my head is, I need to be in a t-shirt and I need to go around and sell, like, you know, the way they sell those SIM cards? I don't know if you have that here, but in Zambia, yeah, so in Zambia you have those jobs like where you put on t-shirts and you go door to door selling SIM cards. So in my head I'm thinking, I need to do that. I need to start selling SIM cards door to door. And then I woke up in the morning and I called this same lady and I'm like, you know what? I'm sorry to disappoint you. I know I said yes, but I think it's a no for now because I can't leave my office where I have a good aircon and I request for coffee anytime. And then I should be in the sun selling SIM cards, like I'm selling SIM cards. I'm like, I'm not doing it. Okay? Then this lady said, okay. So she cut the call. Then she called me back an hour later. And she's like, you know what? I know you said no, but I want you to give it 3 months. Just give it a try. I'm not asking you, I'm not forcing you to come to Prudential, but just give it a try. You never know. So, but the fact that she was forcing me so much, I said, 3 months is not a long time. You know what? I can join for 3 months. It's okay. Then I did the interview, went for the training and everything. After the training, I came out, I was just so motivated. There was this lady talking and she just motivated me and I told myself, you know what, I'm going to sell. They were talking about the life cover, so the life insurance. You know how difficult it is to sell life insurance in Africa. So I decided the same difficult one that they spoke about last is the one I'm going to go for. And I walked out, drove my car, started with my people. I started with the people I know the most, like people around me, my friends, my family. So I started with my friends first. My first friend gave me 5 referrals. So like I said, for me, referrals really work for me. So my first friend went to his office, gave me 5 referrals and told me, start with those. Let's see what they can do. And then I went to different clients as well, different people that I knew. And then one of my friends just said, you know what? I've actually been looking for this. So how does it work? And you know, right there, I'm a new person. That's my first day at work, yeah? And I don't even know how to pitch. I don't know the plan properly. I don't know the product properly. So I had to call my team leader, who then pitched to the client on the phone. And instantly it was a close, okay? And those days, it was so hard for you to get premiums above 3,000 kwacha when it comes to life insurance. And he closed about 3,100. It was a payout of 1 million kwacha.
Wow.
On my first day, by the way.
That's a clap for this one.
Yes. Yeah. And after that, I saw that this is something I could do. And I decided to give it a go. Because remember, my answer was no.
Yes.
So I said, okay, you know what, let me give it a go. The next 2-3 days, I went to different meetings with her. And I started picking up few things, few points. I couldn't pitch very well, but I picked up a few points. And my next meeting was a friend again. And this time, I pitched by myself and I closed it. And it was bigger than the first premium. So in my first month, I closed about 12 cases, okay? And this is something that I didn't think I could do. And remember, I was thinking, it's so hard, because the talks are really bad out there. Like, before you even go there, you're asking for advice. They'll tell you, insurance. No. Your shoes will finish.
Yes.
That's what they used to tell us.
So, Nandiva, that is also a very common phrase that we get here.
Yeah.
And I think it's great that we're able to share these.
Mm-hmm.
So the key points you've mentioned, you were not shy to sell.
No.
I loved that because it's a big thing for a lot of salespeople when they're starting. Like, everybody will see that I'm selling this insurance thing.
Mm.
And then you've also talked about using a network of referrals as a second. Being self-motivated.
Yes.
As a third. Final point.
So final point is being consistent and also being customer-centric. So being consistent in the fact that you need to continuously do the business that you're doing without you giving up. Sometimes you may drop the ball. So consistency is very important. Just keep going, even when you feel like it's a dry land, just keep pushing, and at some point you will definitely get there. And also service your clients on time. Sometimes we put ourselves first. Instead of doing the sale, instead of you thinking of the sale, try and empathize with the client. So I'm someone who's very good at being empathetic. So put yourself in the client's shoes before you actually think of that particular sale. And the moment you put yourself in the client's shoes, you will find that you give the clients the best solution. And when the client has the best solution, it's a win-win. You service them on time, and definitely they will throw you to another person. And keep checking on them every time that you sign up a client. Don't throw them, and let Prudential handle it. Make sure you keep on seeing your clients, checking on them, and upselling. Upselling has really worked for me, as well as just checking if they've got any new thing happening in their life, any new child, and if they would like another policy. Yeah. So that's something that has worked for me.
Thank you so much. So I think we keep coming back to this point. You can clap. Our customer is our compass, right? So you keep the client at the center of it all. So I'm sure we all remember Noye's opening. We remember, right? What struck me was she said she's done 615 cases year to date. She's not done, right? You're not done. You have more to go, yeah? And she also mentioned that she has 4 strong kids at home, yeah? So I want to know how this miracle is happening every day, right? How on earth are we managing this work-life balance? We all want to know. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Prudential. First, my husband is my support system. I don't know. Sometimes when I say this, I feel emotional. Having 4 kids, the last is 12 years, going to 13, and I have 2 boys as twins. They are 15 years. You know, adolescent stage of young guys. But I know that my husband, knowing fully well what I have entered, this man sponsored me from O-level to being a chartered insurer. So the only thing he asked of me is that I should always stay relevant in this job. He told me, he asked me, what's your monthly target? I said, this is the figure. He said, I want you to always meet your target on a weekly basis. I want you to always place yourself on 400% every month. I am a team lead. You know, one thing is that if sometimes your FSCs, some of them might not be doing well. You need to do double whatever you are doing, or triple it, in order to cover up those lapses that you can get from some of them. And I still have the gallant ones among them. So my husband have helped a lot. My girl, the 16-year-old Olivia Nwoye, is always there. She makes sure that the food is there, that the siblings are okay. If I come back home, I'm coming to rest. I'm telling you the truth. And sometimes you don't allow office issues to come in between your family. So what I do is that sometimes when I feel angry coming home, I will just open my Facebook. I will find a funny content. One official caller boy. I will watch it, smile, laugh, and laugh away all those issues. Because it will be very painful if I come back home and my family that have been sacrificing a lot for me to be on top sees me that I'm turning into a devil in my own home. It will become something else. So another thing is trying to organize yourself. Like this morning, I will tell you, I know what my kids ate this morning as breakfast because I've already organized my home, organized things. Do you understand? So another thing is trying to stay committed. My office is called Prudential Clinic. I interact with my customers because I'm going over to you asking me as in how I made so much sales. I interact with my customers the way a doctor interacts with his or her patient. I prescribe the best policy for you to have. And when you come into my office, I'm telling you, I don't know whether it's Holy Spirit or what should I call it, but one thing is that the zeal to make the customer your family is always there. I will ask you things about your family if you are willing to. And sometimes, almost every time, all of them are willing to probably tell me as in issues they are having at home and everything. You trying to find solution at the same time pitching your products, you will get them. And it will help you, because I'm this kind of person. That's what I even taught my FSCs. You see upfront payment, it will help you reduce the rate of always following up with your customers. If you, my RSM, Dr. Chinelo Nwefo, insisted when I'm still an FSC that you must collect 6 months upfront payment from your customer. You must. 1 year upfront payment. So in that way, before the 5th month, do you understand? You must have probably have the time to start reminding them, for those of them who are not on direct debit mandate. Do you understand? So another thing is that there's something I call referral tree. That referral tree, I bring 1, you give me 2. I bring 1, you give me 3. You must give me, you must refer somebody to me. That is it. You must. I call it a referral tree. I call it sales networking. Do you understand? In Nigeria, there is this MMM that was a kind of a talk of the town then. When you bring 1, as in you come in, bring 2 just to build the tree. That's how I built mine. I sold 350 risk cases, as in within these 615 cases, I'm talking about protection plans. Then the other rest is a savings plan. So in a situation whereby you don't inbox yourself only on selling on one policy, be versatile. Learn it. You can sell a savings plan to this customer and also join a protection plan to it. As in, look at it this way. Someone that bought a basic plan, the sum assured is just 200,000, is not worth it. You get a very nice risk policy, sell to that person. In that, you are just building the cases. You also move inside the community. In our I don't fear anything. No, I'm a fearless marketer. Tell me that there is a gold in that toilet, I will go and break it and dig it out. That's what makes you an extraordinary marketer. Because I need that money. As you are building your commission, you are indirectly building your steps to stardom. You are becoming a star overnight, you don't know. So one thing is that, first, my husband has a support system. Second, in fact, I'm always committed and dedicated to convert my customers to my family. And the final one is staying organized. Organize your family. Don't allow office issues to affect your home. And don't allow your home to affect your office issues. Thank you.
Oh, wow. Okay, I can't add anything to that one. I mean, that is excellent. Thank you so much, Adalbi. So we are moving on to Mathani. We are running out of time, but we will have to hear from Mathani as well. Mathani, I understand that you really embody discipline. So tell us how discipline plays a role in achieving not MDRT, COT success, right? Yeah.
All right, thank you very much. Basically there's a saying that excellency is not an exception, but it's a prevailing attitude. You can't be an excellent person without putting attitude, a discipline before you. I live in eastern part of the country, Ghana, and I always travel almost about 54 kilometers down to Accra to attend huddles and meetings and general meetings as well. And when I started this job, it was very difficult for me as a rookie. You need to come for 6 months continuous training. And if you don't come, it affects your nerve and other earnings as well. You get up early at 3 a.m. and then you get to office even 6 a.m., sometimes 7 a.m. before those leaving Accra will come around. But I thank my mentor is here, Cecilia. Let's give a clap to Cecilia. Cecilia did very well. She saw the potential in me, and one day Cecilia told me something that look beyond MDRT, look beyond race to the top. You'll be somebody in future. So never give up with the distance that you're facing today, and continue. When you look at discipline, in general in sales, it has to do with planning, time management, and then setting goals and then target as well. I do a lot of planning, and then every Monday, by Sunday, my activity plan is ready. I send it to my boss. I follow my activity plan and make sure that it works perfectly, and I know the number of cases that I'm going to get out of my activity plan. All those things are vital behaviors that Prudential Life Insurance Ghana Limited infuse into the business. And anytime you follow these vital behaviors, it really helps a lot. Honestly, the planning aspect of this, it shouldn't be anything that you keep it in your head. You need to write things down and then make sure that you allocate time to it. Time management is very key. Your productive time, and then how you manage your dead time as well. With your productive time, you realize that if you're able to manage it and manage it well, prioritize it, you realize that you're able to achieve almost about 60 to 70% of the cases that you produce every month, because there's that kind of productive element in it. The second aspect is we have free times, and what do you use our free times for? I usually use my free times to connect to people and places through social media. So on my social media handle, usually WhatsApp, I do much of the WhatsApp more than any other platform. Anytime I put something on my WhatsApp, within 24 hours, I have almost about 300 people viewing it. So I realize that it's very good when I spend a little bit of time on WhatsApp. It gives me a lot of referrals. It gives opportunity for people to connect to me and ask me, what am I doing? And is there an opportunity even for me? So planning is a key. The other thing has to do with planning and time management is a key. The other thing has to do with set MDRT goals. Usually before the beginning of the year, there are 5 goals that I set. The first goal is how can I maintain my status being at the top among the best? And anytime I look at the data that is being shared, when I fall even below the first or second line after the first person, I start shivering. I don't know why, because I've done this on several occasions and I'm used to being at the top among the best. So setting this kind of goal has really helped me a lot. And consistently, I've been able to produce the case to be able to make sure that I'm always at the top. My minimum case has to do with 15, maximum has to do with 65 cases every month. And I've done this continuously. The other thing goal that I set MDRT goal. You know, MDRT has to do with the annual premium. And with this, you need the actual figures to be able to qualify. Usually times 3 before you can get to the state that you'll be comfortable. So when I set the MDRT goal, I divide the MDRT annual value by times 3, then by 365. Then I realized that I need to do almost about 14,000 case size every week to be able to, yes, qualify for MDRT. So I do much of the more premium, because when I started, my case size was very small. Then as I grew up, the case size began to grow bigger. So when I do that, it means that I may not be able to do 1 or 2 cases within a week to achieve that. So I have to do more cases. So I started doing more cases. A minimum case has to do about 30 cases to 35 cases every month consistently. And when I set the MDRT goal, it keeps me always at the top, and I make sure that the plan that I set to achieve the MDRT goal, I follow it. The other thing has to do with making sure that I prioritize these goals. Sometimes the areas that you sell is very important. So I have the areas that I sell for bigger premiums. I have people that I sell certain type of policies to. I have people that I sell some, normal cases also to, like the risk cases and other. Certain cases like PWP, you can't sell it to certain areas. So what I do is that I make sure I prioritize these areas and then map up my prospects. Then I know that when I'm in the mining sector, this is the type of cases that I have to sell. When I sell to the mining manager, I have to sell it to the mining superintendent. I have to sell to the team within the plant management, the team within the gold management, the team within, let's say, HR section. And then after prioritizing this area, I move to a place like, let's say, government institutions. What kind of cases that I can sell within that area? So when I map it, I know that within the mining sector, I can have almost about 5-6 levels, categories of prospect that I can sell particular cases to. When I go to, let's say, schools, I have certain category of people I can sell cases to. And then when I go to, let's say, hospitals and even the ministries, I have particular cases that I can sell to. So when I prioritize my business, it makes me more disciplined enough to achieve the results that I always have to achieve. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. That is very clear. So he creates the plan, and then it makes it easier to actually stick to it. So this is now the final part. We each have 30 seconds to answer this question. No more than 30 seconds. This is your pitch. So we know we have 99 days left to end the year, right? 99 days. It's true, I checked on. Some of us have still not qualified for MDRT. And I want to believe that it is not too late to be part of the 2024 $1 million roundtable. So I'm going to ask each of our panelists in 30 seconds to tell us, how would you do it? We know you've qualified, some have qualified 2-3 times and aspiring to 6 times. How would you do it, and what is next for you? 30 seconds each. So we'll just go around. We'll start from Nandipa and
Okay, so we have a few days to go. So I would say the same thing he said, planning. I think restructure what you've been doing. First you look at the year, what you've been doing during the past year and what you didn't do right. And maybe try and restructure how you've been doing things. Because obviously you've been doing the same thing the past few months and you haven't gotten there yet, but you need to multiply the effort. So for me, I would say I work better with goals. So set a small goal, we've got, I think, 2 months to go. So set a small goal where it will be on a weekly basis, not the way we plan on a monthly basis. So set a goal and work with a weekly target. I like what you said. He achieves how many cases? 65 cases every month. So if you're able to do that, definitely you're smashing MDRT. So I would say set goals and work towards that, and don't drop the ball.
Next for you, Nandipa. What's next for you?
So right now, I've qualified for MDRT. I'm chasing COT. I'm almost there. And I also still want to get to TOT because it was my next challenge. So I still am looking at TOT.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We have 99 days to go. And we all have a plan. If we're into this room, we know we have a plan, isn't it? We all wanted to qualify for MDRT, and some of us have not qualified. I have qualified myself. I qualified in June. But I'm quite sure there are a number of guys out there. I can see some of my colleagues from Uganda. I see you. I love you so much, guys. Yes, some of you have not qualified. Here is the thing. Look at your target. Break it down. Yes? So you have 99 days to go. Break down the target into manageable tasks and prioritize those tasks according to urgency and importance. Don't just go for any prospect that you meet because you're looking to chase, you're chasing for the numbers. First of all, you need to understand that in the prospecting ventures that you go through, you always have important, less important, immediate prospects. Yes? Prioritize them like that, run for those. Don't look out of your box. because you chase air. First, consolidate what you already have and chase them. Yes? And it is a challenge, isn't it? Challenges are very good. Some of us run away from them. Yes? But they help us analyze situations, evaluate challenges, yes? And take a step to run to positivity. Because when you have a challenge is when you understand how best to attack it. Because when you do not have any challenge, you do not understand how to attack it. So look at the 99 days remaining as a challenge to run for MDRT. Get your target, break it down, see how to handle, see who to meet first, see who to meet last. And avoid selling fear. Yes? Some of us are so much into selling when I die, when you do what. I mean, when you die, you'll have died. Yes? So let us sell happiness. As they say, happiness sells fast. Yes? Fear sells. Happiness sells best. Fear sells fast. Someone will literally very much hurry up to listen to the fear that you're letting them know of. But when they sit down and analyze it, no, it is not worth it. Sell retirement. Sell education covers. We have a number of policies, yes? So identify and learn your products very well and be able to execute to your prospects in a better way.
Thank you.
Yes?
Thank you. Thank you. That's
Thank you
good.
so much. I'll send my regards back at home. I've met a very tremendous group of guys, and I love and look forward to having fufu this evening.
We will sort you out. Have no fear. Let's
Thank
hear
you
from
so
them.
much,
Thank you.
guys.
Thank you. Nathaniel.
All right. Thank you very much. I think you have to look at what you have done so far as MDRT and look at how much you need to add up to it. So the 84 cases may not be the best option now. So you need to increase the number of cases that you need to do. The second aspect is if you have any challenge, just sit down with your boss and see how best you can re-strategize so that you can move on and then sell a better ticket cases. You have to change the various locations that you sell. If you are selling at areas where Ghana, we call it rural, areas that it will not help you to build up the difference to map up to MDRT. It depends upon your target. You just have to look at the different areas where you can get higher ticket cases. Be committed and dedicated to what you are doing. As at now, 700% year-to-date achievements that I have done. I'm looking forward to TOT, and I know I have to do more. Thank you very much.
Yes, top of the table is definitely next. We look forward to celebrating you. Please go ahead.
Mordecai told me about 31 Ghanaians have qualified so far for MDRT. I would really encourage you, if you're in this room, if you're joining the call from the other LBUs, you want to qualify for MDRT. If you've ever done the Diamond League or Emerald Trip, to me, it does not even come close to what the MDRT will do to your career. And if you're on this call or in this room, I know you have the skill set to sell. I know you understand your products very well. There are only two things I tell you to really work on. Number one is your mindset. You must want this qualification that bad. You must want to be in that room with, people like you, Gito, from Singapore. You must want to be part of MDRT. Number two, it's time now to look for quality clients. As I mentioned, I have one more MDRT to go before end of year because I want a COT, and that's equivalent to 855,000 Ghanaian cedi. And that is what I'm supposed to collect as a Kenyan to do one-time MDRT. And my goal right now before December is to look for those clients who can give me an equivalent of about 100,000 Kenya shillings month on month. And I also need these clients to pay annually, okay? So look for quality clients whom you can sell to and work on your mindset. If you want MDRT really badly, you will get it. So my next goal for me is COT, because next year I cannot be doing COT. I actually want the TOT.
Excellent. Good morning, Prudential. Failure is not bad, but should be a lesson to a wise salesperson. One thing is, if the truth, as in truth is bitter, if you start on time, you end well. It should be a lesson. I know that many of us here will qualify. I qualified February this year. Our figure is 12.3 million to qualify Nigerian currency. I have 123 million done already. I'm still going to do more. Do you understand? I started on time. So it should be a lesson to everybody. That's why I say the truth is bitter. I don't need to rub your ego or anything. Please start on time so that you end well. And for the team, this for the team, also for the team lead, be a good leader. Always have a kind of sales clinic for your team. Encourage them. As you're encouraging them, you are also being relevant. Play the role of both a father and a mother in their career. Don't sit back and watch them strive. Okay, I'm very happy that my friend from Ghana acknowledged the person that brought him and encouraged him in this business. He's a wise one and he's a great one. Be that person that someone will say, this is the person that made me. And for the team, always strive to be the best. Don't allow yourself to drop to more than 5 steps. Always strive to be the best and use your referral tree. It's not when you open an account, you leave the person. Sometimes they might need more policies. Always communicate with them. You will build more. And your productions and your pockets will run overflow. Thank you.
Let's give them a big round of applause. To our distinguished panel, thank you so much. So, the 99 days, if you haven't qualified yet, do something different. Don't do what you've been doing from January to date. What is it that you need to change? Sell in the right place. Ask for help if you need it. Choose to break down the target. What is left? Break it down. What do you need to do each day? Your mindset is important, and of course, the early bird catches the worm. So start early. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you have enjoyed this session. Please give them all another round of applause. And I'll hand over now to Wilson to tell us what's next.
Thank you very much, Gloria. Good morning, Prudential. Good morning. We do MDRT. I like the energy from each and every one. It's very, very important we take breaks so that we can refuel. That would help us the challenges for renewed energy. Ladies and gentlemen, it is break time. This should be a quick snack. Just 10 minutes. So we'll be back at 1:40 for the next session. Please notice what? Quick snack. Ladies and gentlemen, it's break time. Yeah, too. Right after the main speaker, we'll have lunch as well. So please, let's make it quick. 1, 2. Let's settle down. Let's settle down. If you are not seeing a colleague, please prompt the colleague to come in. So, yeah. Either way. One. Good morning, Prudential. Good morning, Prudential. Are you here with me? Good morning, Prudential. How are you feeling today?
Good, very good, excellent.
One Prudential. After the quick snack, I believe we have so much energy to respond. One Prudential. One Prudential. Aho. Okay. We do MDRT. Yes. It's been hosted by the RT for Sprinters branch, so please, it's the best branch. Okay. So we are moving on to our next speaker. He's a renowned Ghanaian broadcast journalist, a media personality, and also a public speaker. He's best known for hosting one of Ghana's most popular radio shows, the City Business Show, and also The Point of View on Channel 1 TV. He's won numerous awards: Journalist of the Year, Talk Show of the Year. Overall, he's known for his thought-provoking discussions and also commitment to excellence in journalism. The interesting thing is, we support one of the decorated football teams together, Liverpool Football Club, and we'll never walk alone. Yes. So all the Liverpool fans, if you are here, you give us a wave. He's also known for using the statement, "You are a big man." If you listen to him on radio, you know that he always introduces his guest as being a big man. Ladies and gentlemen, with a round of applause, help me welcome Bernard Koku Avle.
Oh, come on, put your hands together for our dapper MC. Good afternoon, Prudential. Oh, it's good morning. I wanted to know if you are awake. Thank you for sacrificing lunch for me, or postponing lunch for me. What you walk away from will determine what you get. So I hope I make it good. It's a pleasure to be here, Madam CEO, and friends gathered all over the continent. Thank you for being part of this fascinating group of achievers. Let's put our hands together for the $1 Million Roundtable. I haven't made $1 million yet, but I'm sure when I finish broadcasting, I would find a way. My first job actually was a sales job. Believe it or not, I used to sell science books, and I used to walk from school to school. And there's nothing better than getting a commission for your first sale. I still remember the place I sold the book. It was the Victory Presby Church. It was a vacation. The head teacher was sat marking work, and I was exhausted. And when I got there, I spoke for 2 minutes. She was the first school that bought and paid cash. Yeah, so I still remember. So let's put our hands together for Victory Presby School at Denta. Of course, it didn't go that well. I'm not a broadcaster. But there are times you work to learn so you can work to earn. You are super achievers. I've been asked to talk about 12 things. I suspect I wouldn't get through all the 12. What I'm going to do is I'm going to speak from the heart around 6 of them. The rest of the 6, you figure it out. Because the panel we had, it was a great panel. And all the things I wanted to say had already been said. So let's do a final round of applause for the panel. Fantastic. So the way I'm going to do this, I'm going to give you some words. Reasons I left sales was not because sales was not good, but I'm more passionate about storytelling than selling books. So while selling is great, telling stories is better for me. So there are 3 groups of people we have. There are those who don't know what makes them excited. They're confused. Then there are those who know their passion, but by happenstance or bad luck or lack of opportunity can't fulfill their passion. So they're frustrated. But then there are people like me. I do what I like, and I get paid for it. Isn't that wonderful? So find your passion and fuel it. This is critical. The truth is, passion will take you through difficult days. Because there are days the sun will not shine. There are days you get rejections. But it's what fuels and energizes you to keep going. Now, even though I get paid for what I do, I don't go to work. Because we do 3.5 hours every work day, 5 days a week. That's 17.5 hours a week times 42 weeks. Take out a month for leave. So I'm talking for many, many seconds. There has to be something beyond the paycheck. So whilst MDRT is great, whilst you need to make that sale, I like our Nigerian friend. She says, Prudential Nigeria is a hospital. It's passion. She's treating people. She says, if I give you a life policy, I add a risk something policy. That's the fuel. So find it. Last point I'll say about passion is beware of fire killers. Because there are some people who will say, oh, we've been there, done that, we've won a t-shirt. Those people, be careful of them. The truth is that the same people who discourage you when you try to do it will come and claim what we call in city power you. There are many people who say they are friends of my station. When we began, they said we were up to no good. They discouraged us, so we're imitating the market leader. Today they say, oh, Bernard, when he started, we gave him our first advert. I used to encourage him a lot. I don't even know some of them. Success has many friends, failure as an orphan. Very important to work with your passion. Please move the slides for me so it will help me move. So if what I say sounds like what's on the slide, go there. Because if I hold, so just keep moving. Move to the next slide. So I'm talking about 12 things. I have 35 minutes, so I'm going to move very quickly. But the most important thing for the kind of work you do is passion, right? Now, I'm a broadcast journalist who hosts a morning show. I'm also the general manager of a radio and TV station. But the most important work I do is thinking. That's the most important work I do. And that's the most important work you do. Because we don't define your work by what people see. We define your work by what people don't see. So whilst I talk on radio for 3.5 hours and I engage a country, that's not the most important thing I do. It's the thinking that brings out the talking. The most significant thing we've done in the past 1 year, incidentally started around this time, 2023. The VRA had opened the spillways of the Akosombo Dam and communities were getting flooded. When we get on air, we start the show from 6:20. 7 o'clock, we take a break to eat breakfast. And then we have a discussion around the big topic for the day. On that 15th day of October, we were having breakfast, and one of my colleagues said, have you followed the spillage story in the Volta? I said, well, look, I came here to discuss politics. Don't stress me with that. He says, no, Bernard, you have to see these videos. So we started talking about that. What am I saying? Now, 6 months after that, we had a major national intervention with lots of buildings built, a hospital, 3 blocks. This company, Prudential Ghana, supported the building of 1 shelter in Pando. You should put your hands together for them. Now, how did that happen? That happened out of a process of thinking. It was shared thinking. 6 of us sat at that breakfast table, and it's our culture. So I don't leave home and say, this is what I'm going to discuss today. I leave home and say, what's going on, guys? What are the issues? What angle should we use? That's an example of one of the 12 types of thinking you must do. Nobody does this all the time. What makes my show different is shared thinking. People say you're so smart. You don't look so big, but you speak so powerfully. It's because there are lots of people whose wisdom helps in what I do. There was a day I asked a question at a presidential program. Everybody said my question was great. That question was in its 4th iteration when I asked it. The business editor had a meeting with the team and came up with the idea. I discussed with somebody else for the way to structure it. We had 2 possible angles to the question. And when I was called, based on the mood in the room, I delivered it a particular way. I had less than 2 minutes to deliver that question, which redefined that whole debate. But people thought, you're so smart. I'm not that smart. I benefit from shared thinking. Great ideas don't come from simple individuals. When you put a good idea on the table, allow people to work with the good idea. It becomes a great idea. So one of the things my boss would do is, we want to do an election-based program hosted by a woman. How should it go? He leaves that idea with us for 2 days. When we come back after marinating on the idea, it becomes a great idea. Great ideas need sustained thinking. So you need to learn how to do shared thinking and strategic thinking. I'm not going to define all of this. You can read around this. But the most important work you do is thinking. Why? Because your greatest asset is your mind. Because your mind is your world. Your experience is a room. Your mind is the universe. God gave you a mind to shape your experiences. The mind is so powerful, it can take a thought and make it into an experience. As you sit here, as I talk, you can decide what you want to do in the 99 days that's left. The friend from Uganda, she made a decision based on her mind. So you have to mind your mind. It's very important. Beware of people who discourage you. I'm on social media. I'm a TV presenter. I don't feed on anything. I like what my Nigerian friend said. When she's stressed, she goes on Facebook to watch what's funny. But there are times Facebook is not funny. Facebook is depressing. So, notifications. Every week I leave a WhatsApp group. If you put gory materials there, because my mind is a garden, I kill snakes, I plant flowers. So I'm not going to allow you to bring your garbage into my mind. So the most important resource is your mind, and the most important job is thinking. And there are 12 types of thinking. I won't spend too much time on this. Number 3, decisions. Great achievers. Leadership is decision making. Decision making is goal setting. You have to decide on what is important to you. You have to decide on what matters. But initially when I did this presentation, I said, let me add decisions to discipline, because there are 2 2 feet on one human being. Decision making and decision management, very critical. Great example. The person you marry is an important decision, but how you live with them is more important than the person you marry. That's decision management. So it's not enough to decide on the school to go. You can go to Presec. It's the best science school in Ghana. But if you go and sleep there for 4 years, you will still fail. So we need to take the two together. Now, you've decided that in 99 days, you will hit 8,000 kwacha, or how many millions of shilling. That puts you on a journey of discipline. It's critical to be creatures of discipline. It's that which delivers results. It's not just deciding. Sometimes we agonize. This campaign I spoke about, the decision was made in less than 2 hours, but it put us on a 6-month journey. It was a great decision. That day, we didn't do any advert. We just kept talking about the flooding. We did a TV show that day. We printed T-shirts. We raised millions of CDs. But between 15th October 2023 and March 2024, I visited the Volta region more than 25 times. That's the discipline of the decision. So making a good decision without discipline is basically, as John Maxwell calls it, a plan without payoff. Then some people have discipline, but they don't decide. They always dither. You got to decide, man. So having a plan without deciding doesn't work. Or having a regimen or a structure. So you need to marry the two, right? So I put the two together. You must embrace the demands of decision making and then the discipline of follow through. So we in media, people ask me, what work do you do? Journalism is a discipline of verification. Journalism is not sharing information. The difference between a journalist and a town crier is a town crier just regurgitates what he's told, but a journalist must verify. So I tell young journalists, you're not a lawyer, you're not an engineer, you're not a doctor, but you're in a profession. Every profession has a discipline. The requirements, so the question to MDRT is, what are the disciplines of being an effective salesperson? Relationship management. The first health insurance I bought, the guy spoke nicely to me, I agreed. When he changed jobs to a new position, he didn't have the common sense to call me. So I go to the hospital with my son, and I have a problem, and I call him, and then they said, this number is no longer working with us. And I swore to God, this guy will not get 1 peso from me anymore. So the discipline of managing me, I'm not a high net worth individual, but as a journalist, I'm a high problem client. Because if you mistreat me and I speak on air, you are in trouble. So he lost my custom. The only reason why he hasn't generated negative feedback is I respect his company. So you need to combine the two. We must suffer 2 pains. This is from one of my mentors, Mike Murdoch. He says that the pain of discipline or the pain of regret. Because your daily routine is the secret of your future. So I listen to something smarter than me every day. People ask, you have so many things in you say. How do you prepare to speak at programs? I've been preparing since I was born. Because everything I've heard, I've found a way. The key thing about discipline in being a writer or a journalist is knowing how to store and segregate information. Because information is only useful if it's retrievable. So I have a system in my life that helps me. When Michael was pressurizing me on Sunday, I was at an event. That pressure led me to specific places where I could find things that pertain to you. So the discipline of journaling, the discipline of reading and listening to audiobooks, because no amount of preparation in 2 days can give me the audacity to come and stand here and just be speaking like this. It's taking all of my life. So you will be a great salesperson, but you must build a culture. So until your practice becomes your culture, you've not mastered it. So all the nice things they said on the stage is great. Customer management, keeping your eye on the ball, smile. I learned something brilliant today. And that takes me to my next point. Because what do? I'm a lifelong learner. I learned 3 OTs. There was the COT, caught on table. There's the TOT, top of table. And then the SOT, start on time. All within that. I also learned a couple of things. It says, sadness or bad news sells fast, but happiness sells best. I learned that. I'm going to use it. I'm going to give you. So the point is, I'm a lifelong learner. I may not use this today, but 5 years from now, when I get somewhere else, it's the discipline. So immediately she said it, I took out my phone and I wrote it down. That's the discipline I've developed in my field. So the question is, in your field, what discipline must you subject yourself to make you excel? That takes me to my next point. Even though you're a salesperson, you must be a learner. And the best place to learn is experience. There are two ways of learning. You can learn from your own experiences, right? Or you can learn from other people's experience. Wise people learn from other people's experience because some failures you can't recover from. So you can either learn via your own experience. That means the best way to learn is to try. Because if you don't do anything, you don't learn anything. And the purpose of knowledge is change. So if you haven't changed, you haven't learned. Knowledge is not acquisition of information. It's application of insight. So I submit that on this continent, we still don't understand economic development. Because it's not getting a first class at Harvard that makes you smart. It's sending it back to Singapore and applying it to your city-state and building a model that changes a country in 30 years. So it's not wearing a suit and being given academic pomposity. To understand a thing, to change your life, that is knowledge. So I submit to you, if you're going to be a great salesperson, human resource person, let that knowledge free you. For he says, you shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free. So all that I know, I have applied in my life. So if you look at the company we're trying to build, we're trying to apply all the knowledge we have to shape an organization that can be impactful. We don't have to be big to be better, but we have to be smart and fast. So you don't know it if it doesn't change the way you live. So you have to be a lifelong learner. And that's not just reading. You learn from everywhere, from everything. Observation, from reflection, from all kinds of things. It's critical. A greater salesperson is also a great learner because people's successes are hidden in their stories and you must learn how to unlock it. What number am I on? So I said the first point is passion. The second point is thinking, which is the most important thing I do. The third point is decisions. The fourth point is discipline. I'm going too fast. Let me relax. A good audience would have applauded. MDRT, I came to submit to you that nothing works until you work. And I don't need to elaborate on this point because you are hard workers. As I listen to them sitting there, most of them have finished achieving their targets, but they want to do more. The guy from Ghana, he said 700 something. I mean, that's incredible, 700. And he says, I'm going to go for more. The lady sat here, I think she's from Zambia, same thing. So you guys are hard workers. Hard work doesn't kill, only refines. So work your socks off. It's important. You guys will work hard, not just for the money, because there's dignity in work. There's dignity in work. Now, what you do is building lives. I lost a spouse 2 years ago, so I understand what you sell. It's a very powerful selling point. If you have that accident, somebody said there are three certainties. Birth is hard, or birth is painful. Life is hard, death is inevitable. So while I'm not selling sadness, let me repeat that. There are three certainties. Birth is painful, whichever form it takes. Life is hard, right? And death is inevitable. Two of that three, you have it. Life is hard, but it doesn't have to remain hard. If you invest wisely and plan for it, you sell life. It's a great job, right? And then because of the inevitability of death, you plan towards it. Your work is an important job. Don't let anybody denigrate your work. I remember in the early days when you say you're a journalist and you go to a place, nobody wants to talk to you. Like, you guys have recorders, you guys are sleazy. I won't shake your hand. I don't give a river stopper. That's what I say because you were not there when I was being made. And I understand my job. Do you understand what I'm saying? So people are like, oh, what work are you doing? I'm doing sales. For now. You know, I reject that in Jesus' name. We're looking for people to say, I'm doing sales for life. No company can survive without sales. I'm in a radio station, when we go for management meeting, the sales manager is always in trouble. Because no matter how great the talk show was, are we selling? You guys are the ones that keep business moving. So, and don't wait for somebody to validate your job. Because whether you are in politics, they are selling now, they want to win elections. Whether you're a preacher, they want to win. Everybody's selling. And you guys have an organic way of selling. Trust me, work hard and be proud of your job. Sales can be a destination. The work I do in media as well. There are many journalists who think if they don't go and do law, they don't really feel like they've become journalists. So they come and say, well, I'm doing media for a few years. I want to be a lawyer. God bless their soul. I'm a journalist. That's what I was born to do. And I don't care dying doing it because that's my job. So those of you who have the gift of sales, focus on it. It's a powerful thing. It's amazing. It changes the world. To explain to somebody how to plan for their future so that when the inevitability of death occurs, they would have something to hold on to. It's a dignified job. Don't let anybody denigrate your job. And if you do it well, you will get rewarded for it. All right. Now, let me move to the next one. This is one of my favorite quotes. It's by a man called El Cassell. E-A-R-L Cassell. He says, in life there are about 7 or 8 characters. I won't is a Trump, not the American. Right? I won't. So you will meet these people in your journey. They are in your house. They are in your dormitory. They are in your church. They are in your neighborhood association. They are in your old school WhatsApp group. They are on radio. They are I won't. They won't do nothing. Then there's the I can't. It's like 99 days. MDRT. Don't be a quitter. I can't is a quitter. Then there are those who won't learn because knowledge is what helps you perform better. So the I don't know is lazy because the Bible says the poor man cooks a meal but can't eat it. He says there's a lion in the street. That's lazy. So knowledge abounds. Somebody said something incredible to me. He says the amount of knowledge generated in a day based on where we are in 2024 is equal to year 0 to year 2000 put together. So for the first 2,000 years of civilization, all the knowledge they generated, this generation generates it in a day. 1,000 years is like a day. So if you say you don't know, you are lazy. Then I wish I could is a wisher. If wishes were horses, beggars would ride. I might is waking up. It means that it's possible, right? I might, not the political slogan. This is business. I will try is on his feet. I like that. It means you're getting to work. Once you move, you're trying. You can sell by making phone calls. But I like what one of the people on the panel said. I think she's the lady from Uganda. She says, I like social media, but I go there. CNN say, go there. The best way to sell is to go. Up till tomorrow, people buy from people they like. That's how it works. So go. Look, that lady was great. I like the way she spoke. She says, I go, right? It's interactive. It's a contact sport. So I will try is on his feet. I can is on his way. I will is at work because to shape a man's will is very important. No matter how gifted a child is, if they will not approach the study of maths with joy, they won't understand it. So you don't force them to do the homework. You give them a reason to want to do it. This is a man who has 4 boys. I did is now the boss, right? So those who rule are those who do. So whatever you say, if you forget, don't forget this one. I did is now the boss. Let me rush through now. I was asked to speak about 2 topics, discipline and focus, and I said they are too small. So let me expand it into 12. So the meat of what I'm supposed to talk about today is focus. Your focus determines your feelings. The battle of mind is a battle for your focus. The battle of life is a battle for your mind, right? So everything happening, Bernard talking, CNN on, Akufo-Addo speaking, Stop Galamsey now, demonstration. All the things we're doing is a battle for your mind, right? And the battle for your mind is for the battle for your focus, because your focus determines your feelings. Indeed, the greatest reason why people fail is broken focus. So you need to be ruthless with distractions. Your phone can be a distraction, right? I like what she said, when I'm home, I'm home. When I'm at work, I'm at work. I don't bring the problems of home to work and the problems of work to home. This is very critical. You must have that segmentation if you want to be successful. Because once you bring work to home, you start treating your spouse like your colleague. It becomes an argument, right? And once you bring home to work, you start moving the slow pace of home. Work is a different level. So you need to be ruthless with distractions. This is a work tool, but it can also be destructive. So I have no apologies for leaving WhatsApp groups. I'm on media, but I'm not on all social media because I'm committed to my future. So it's critical. How do you determine? Let me give you a framework for focus. I have many invitations. He says, focus on the high requirements. There are things I can't outsource. I had 3 things to do today. I had to go to the bank. Somebody can go to the bank for me. Technically, somebody could pick my kids for me, but I said to them, I'll pick them today. So I can't outsource that. That's why they brought my speech before lunch, right? And I can't be giving big speeches and be dishonest to my children. So if I said I'm coming to them, I have to come to them. So the high requirement things are the things you cannot outsource. You cannot outsource being a husband. You cannot outsource being a parent. You cannot outsource being a wife or a father. And I cannot outsource that. So those are things I can do. The other 2 are high return, high reward. One, you feel fulfilled. The other, you get paid. You can vacillate between the 2, depending on the circumstance. I'm not here to give formulas, but you have to decide the things you cannot outsource. You have to be responsible for your own growth. Nobody's going to grow for you. You have to be responsible for your own development. The company may love you and take you to training school, but you are responsible for what I call your PDEs, your personal development efforts. It's up to you. I have a first degree in economics and a master's degree in business. The last time I could step in a proper classroom was 2009, Warwick University. Everything else I know I have learned on my own because my job is to learn, right? I can't outsource my learning. Right? People now go to university, people write programs for them. They get the degree, they don't know jack. I'm more interested in the knowledge than the paper. Because when you have knowledge, you are powerful. So have your own framework for protecting your focus. This is very important. I won't spend too much time on this, but this is very important. Prioritization is the key to leadership, is the key to productivity. Let me spend some time on productivity. One of the reasons why we are poor on the continent is that we have not found a way to be more productive. So you go to a rice farm, and the same acreage is producing 6 bags. In Vietnam or Thailand, it's producing 16 bags. We have not been productive. Our people, they are high-capacity Ghanaians, doctors who are selling at fuel stations in the UK or doing cleaning jobs. I met an economist in London, and I was so sad. This person had done economics in some place and wasn't getting a job and was doing care in the UK. We're underutilizing this person, right? So the point I'm making is that productivity is very important for high achievers. Now, I'll give you 5 words for productivity, or 5 productivity keys, which we try and use. We've not mastered all of them. The first one is prioritization, right? Knowing what's first, what comes first. First things first, last things not at all. So prioritization is very important. Second one is organization, because order is God's obsession. Order is the accurate arrangement of things, right? I can tell a person's mind by their wardrobe. I can tell if somebody comes to say, I want to see your daughter, enter their car, let them take off their shoe, look at their socks. The way they treat their socks is how they possibly treat their pants. That's how they're going to treat your daughter. So we look on the externals. I know I shouldn't go there. Organize. A friend of mine said, when you fly to advanced countries, you see straight lines. When you come to most places in the third world, you don't see straight lines. Google Maps sometimes gets lost. We need to be, because when you draw a line, it regiments your movement. All right? So the truth is, our problem is lack of organization. And you can't be productive if you're not organized. So people travel to learn everything and pass, but they can't apply it in their environment. So you must organize. I like the third word, synthesize. Synthesize. What does that mean? You have to find a way of being broad and being rangy, having range. Because we've become very tunnel vision. But again, if you listen to one of the speakers, some of them are applying psychology, even though they're salespeople. Some of them are applying economics. They're applying... The knowledge of the past was deep and narrow. But journalists are generalists. So what I do is I synthesize ideas. So economic ideas, sales ideas, psychological ideas, faith, law, all of them come together. If you want to be great, you must learn how to synthesize. If you don't know anything at all, photosynthesis. How do you create food? Those of you did chew and pour, right? You have water, you have sunlight, you have the right environment. So to be productive, you must understand synthesis, because I cannot read 20 books to come and do one show. But there are books you can read that have synthesized all the ideas. Those are the people who rule the future. It's very important to understand synthesis. How do these things connect? How can I apply the learnings? So again, I say to people, you don't have to practice journalism or study journalism or communication to be a journalist. Same with sales. You can come to sales from engineering. You can come to sales from banking. You can come to sales from finance or even medicine. It's synthesis, right? Because the principles must be gleaned. Wisdom is knowing the application. It's not the information, it's the application. So synthesis is one of the things we have to deal with on this continent. And let's be happy with the range of people. Your team should never have people from the same region, the same gender, or the same course area. When I went to do my MBA in Warwick, I don't remember anything they taught me, but one of the things they did which was great was everything was done in syndicate groups. And there were 10 of us or 8 of us. I absolutely hated them because everybody was said red. Somebody from America, Pakistan, Nigeria. I'm the Ghanaian. There's an Indian coffee brewer. There's a Scandinavian guy. We're always arguing. It was difficult. But when I left the MBA, the most important thing I learned was 2. If you can work with people you don't like, you are ready for greatness. That's number 1. And number 2, you can synthesize ideas because none of the 8 was from the same background. I was the media guy. I would do the presentations. There was a finance guy who did engineering and from Pakistan. He would do the calculations. Then there was a Mecca, the Nigerian guy, who did biochemistry. Then there was Kazmira, the Jewish American, who did macroeconomics. It was a powerful group, and our power was in our synthesis. So when you're forming teams, we are too narrow vision. We are all from Volta. We are all from Ashanti. We are all from Eastern. We vote like that. We shouldn't work like that. Next point, optimize. We are... I'm moving fast. Optimize. What I mean by optimize is, look, you don't need to, because our problems are so many, you need to find a way to get the most out of the least, right? So, as I say, I tell people that the influence of the media house I am in is stronger than the size of the media house, but we've learned how to optimize. So, the people on my show, some of them are editors for online, some of them are writers for some academics, some of them are lawyers. We found a way to generate a lot of insight, optimizing by coming together, and we are not high, what's the word to use? It's like high maintenance group, you know, where we are stars. We drive 4-wheel drive Land Cruisers, and somebody has to open the door for us. We don't have time for that. To really impact a society like this, we don't have time to be big men. That's optimization. So I was recruited as a 23-year-old student, as a national service person. I'm 43. I'm not the general manager. So I've gone through the mill, but we still believe in that. And the best way, sometimes you have to make people go, because you can't keep, when the business has not grown to, so people can use you as a transit point. It doesn't matter. But have a system, and that's my last point. The challenge with Ghana particularly is you have brilliant individuals. Kwame Nkrumah was great. We have some great men in this country who build great businesses, but when they die, the business dies because they have not learned to do the last one. Systemize. What are the standard operating procedures? What are the policies? What are the rules? So the MD is great, but if it's not there, nothing happens. Guys, the MDRT started 170 years ago. The reason it's here is because somebody systemized it. They didn't hand it over to their child or their girlfriend. They systemized. And I think that's the last stage towards Africa's economic liberation. We must understand systemization, because Jean Monnet said, nothing is possible without men, but nothing is lasting without institutions. We have great businesses, but they will not last if we don't systemize. So productivity is a question of systemization. And I know that in this organization, you will learn how to do it. So you don't become a 9-day wonder. I don't have time. Let me rush through the next few points. So now I'm on innovation. You know what this means? The key point about innovation, Brian Tracy says, it's the competitive differentiator among markets. This is important. There are many ways of doing it. I don't have time. You can read this when I go. The last point is important. Seek both positive and negative feedback. In your team, when you're discussing, I'm not saying be a wet blanket, but we have become yes men, where we want to do something, and when the MD asks what should we do, everybody says, I think it's going to work. The guy who says, I think we are going on the wrong track is always unpopular. If you want to be innovative, you need those guys in the room. Credit my boss. There was a guy in my team who always saw the negative. Sometimes when we have a difficult decision, we bring him and say, what do you think? Because he thinks different. He walks different. He sounds different, but he's going to help you. Because wisdom is the ability to anticipate a consequence. And when we have groupthink, we cannot anticipate the wrong consequences. So the reason our politics doesn't deliver, among other things, is because we have too many yes men. We have people who always pander to the leader. They can't speak truth to power. That's why we are not succeeding. So if you're a manager here, have a balanced team. People who can give negative feedback and not be crucified for the feedback they give. If you want to be innovative, that's a simple one for you. Coming to a quick close, communication. This is my area. The truth is that whichever job you're in, communication is not overrated. I was reading McKinsey. This is not legible. They looked for leaders in high-performing organizations who exhibit 4 kinds of behavior, right? So they called them the 4 leadership behaviors in the first column on your left, right? I'm not going to go through. And then they expanded on the 4 in 4 specific columns. So you have solve problems effectively, operate with strong results, seek different perspectives, and they are supportive. And then they exploded it into 4 columns. Now, I decided to pay close attention to these behaviors. And guess what? About half of these behaviors are communication categories. It means that you cannot be an effective leader if you're not an effective communicator. Don't say, as for me, I can't talk. Like you are a footballer who scores a great goal, and then Sky News brings the mic to in front of you and says, how did you score that goal? And you say, I think I scored a nice goal. No, don't do that. Learn to communicate, learn to connect, right? Because you've just dampened the goal. Of the 16 or so leadership behaviors that McKinsey and Co. put out, I found at least half of them have to do with communication. So you can't be an effective leader if you don't know how to communicate. Communication is not talking, it's connecting, right? When we're in the university, they said in Ghana, the lecturer can convey his notes from his book. Where's my book? Lecturing in Ghana is when the lecturer conveys the notes in his book into your book without going through each of them their head. So basically, he just recites and you copy. That's not teaching. It must be from head to head, heart to heart. So even if this slide goes off, I should still be able to tell you what I want to say, right? So John Maxwell says, many communicate, few connect. So what I'm going to say to you is, develop your communication skills. I'll give you 4 areas you can do this. Learn how to connect. Emotion is important. As a salesperson, there are emotional connections you must draw. Anecdotes. Use material from your life. Don't be afraid to tell them about your own fears. Learn how to connect. Number 2, be real. Authenticity, right? I'm a free-range speaker. I go very fast. Michael helped me in helping me to structure the presentation. But this is how I am. I won't come and pretend to be different. The first speaker is from Singapore. God bless her. I'm from Ghana. This is how I talk. This is how I'm going to do it. You must, because I can only be the best version of myself. Do you follow me? So study, be a bit more self-reflective to know, how do I thrive? In what areas do I thrive? Another example, when I started doing morning shows in Ghana, you need to be big and bad. Komla Dumo was huge, right? Kwame Sifakai, tall, dark, and handsome. I was neither. But my company said, you're great in conversation. You're very smart. So we build a team around you. So I started a show in 2004. 10 years after that, 2014 was my breakthrough. Because from 2011, we started doing the format. Myself, Nanama, Inshira, Ado, Richard Sky. Now everybody does it. Why? The City Breakfast Show was built around my authenticity. I'm not a one-man mountain, but I thrive in groups. So find the way you work. And again, synthesize, apply the same thing I'm saying to you. So some of you may sell in pairs. You may be good with women. He's good with men. Go together, whatever. Authenticity is inimitable, very critical, right? Then keep it simple, okay? Now, the reason I remember some of the things from the panel, and I love the panel, do you know why? They kept it simple. They didn't try to sound too smart, all right? So when she said, for example, that bad or sadness sells fast, but happiness sells quick, or happiness sells best. Now, it's simple. It's simple. Now, the difference between simple and simplistic is fast and shallow, right? So like God helps those who help themselves. That's simplistic. Or you say, knowledge is the experience is the best teacher. That's simplistic, right? Whereas on the other end of simplicity is complex, which is slow and deep. But what you want to do is to be simple. You are fast and deep, right? So we're saying what she said is true. You can get it. You can connect to it, which is why I remember it. So in your communication, be simple. Don't complicate things. Charts, videos. I was at the program last week. They wanted to launch a product. The art director came. We'll play the light. We'll move the sound. We'll do pain. There'll be 10 minutes of darkness. By the time, I was like, dude, I've forgotten everything. Keep it simple. Last point, prepare. And preparation is not 1 hour to the speech. It's your whole life. Let's end with the final 2 points. Be attitude. People say attitude is everything. It's not true. Attitude is not everything. If you have a good attitude and you don't have ability, you'll still fail. But attitude makes everything better. So, in all thy getting, so in developing the muscle, in developing the skill, in developing the contacts, add attitude. So it's the difference maker. Am I making sense? So attitude is not everything, but it can make everything better or worse. 4 areas of attitude to develop. I think there are even 7, right? I like this quote. Attitude is the librarian of your past, the speaker of your present, and the prophet of your future. We'll talk about this another day. You like it, right? Read more, you get it. Attitudes to watch. Yeah. So life, your attitude to life generally, your attitude to time. I was given 125 because I plan to be somewhere at 3:30. So even though I'm running out of time, your attitude to time must be important, because your respect for time is a prediction of your financial future, right? And you must respect. So I value my time. So today somebody called me and said, I want you to come and moderate a program from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. And I said, I'm not going to do that, because there's nothing you can discuss from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. If you can't finish, it means you don't know what you're doing. And number 2, 9 a.m. to 4 p.m., I don't even talk to my kids for that long. So I don't come talk to people in suits looking at me drinking tea for 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. So I'm not going to do it. I value my time. We didn't even discuss money. So you can't measure you can't use money to buy my time. Do you understand? I know what I am, so I value my time. I can do this speech for free, not because of money, all right? So watch your attitude. And the last point is values. This is critical. This is very important. Now, I've chosen mine. I left this slide blank because you have to decide what's important to you. Integrity is very important. At the end of the day, values is what will differentiate us. Don't seek to be a successful person. Seek to be a value-based person. And we are a country of religious people, 71% Christian, 20% Muslim. Corruption is through the rafters because we've not built values. So when you tell somebody you're going to pick them at 3:30, be true to your word. Be honest. Be courageous too. Don't be afraid to speak truth to power. We will all die one day. So be courageous. And then be humble. Those are my 3. What are your 3? Thank you very much for your attention.
Mic check. We can do it better for our seasoned journalist, Bernard Koku Avle. Oh, Bernard, please don't leave yet. I'm sure our MDRT members would have some questions for you. So Gloria will take half of the room. I'll also take half of the room. If you have any questions, please put up your hand, and then we'll come to you.
Good morning, Prudential. My name is Benedicta Wuga. My question is on passion. So I want to know, when your passion for what you do go down, how do you handle it, and how do you revive that passion back? Thank you. Going one.
All right. So this is a very important question. Thank you for asking it. Some of the things I've said don't apply to marriage, right? So like usually we tell people, do what you love, and the rest will take care of itself. That doesn't. So this is how I solve that problem. When I know what I love is enough, then I work my way towards being free enough to do it. Because not all of us will have that perfect fit between what we love and what we do. Some people learn to love what they do. But you have 24 hours in a day. The proof of love is an investment of time. So if you really love the thing that you say you love. So my brother used to work at Vodafone, but he's real interested in music. In the night, he'll be playing the piano. He wants to start a music school. So he uses his work in the comms industry to prepare for his true love, which is music. Do you follow my logic? So you have to be true to yourself. You may not have that flexibility to leave, so learn to love it. Or you plan your way out. But you don't quit and say, yes, Bernard said do what you love, so I'm going to sit home and believe God for you will die of hunger. So build a war chest. Am I making sense so far? Right, so for me, what I'll say is, use the fuel of what you love to pay the price to work your way out of it. Where's the lady? I hope it makes sense. Thank you for your question.
Thank you. We have a question at the back.
Good afternoon, Bernard, and everyone. Thank you so much, Bernard, for always making us feel like we don't know anything. Thank you. My name is Frank Okante. So, Bernard, I know you've been doing radio for 20 years, you just mentioned. You also will bear with me that currently we're always told to have multiple streams of income, okay? Now, as a professional, at what point would you say that one has to focus up to perhaps diversify? Because the truth is, it's okay to do one thing like you have, but I know even with you, you have on the side stuff that you make money out of. Okay, what would you tell us as marketers, as salespeople, as achievers to do to diversify and make more money as we're still professional and being successful at what we do? Thank you.
Thank you. So there isn't one answer to this. I was at a church program for a pastor friend Saturday morning, and there were about 100 people there. Almost everybody in that room was doing 3 jobs. Everybody had a side hustle, right? Now, I don't know what I feel about that because it depends on where they are within their job. The way I do mine is that I look for related industry. So my job is broadcast journalist. Started with radio, 2004. 2015, took a chance to do a TV show on Viasat, one with my friends. We bent our fingers, but we learned television. So 3 years later, we started TV. So it's radio, it's TV, and online. Then speaking engagements, MCing. So they are related. So if I'm on air, some of the things I'm doing is like a cheat code, because the interactions I'm having gives me the contacts and also the knowledge to be an effective speaker. So I've developed a system where I can do what I'm doing. I did a morning show today, finished and drove here. Sunday I had 3 speaking engagements, but they're all related. So for me, for every job you do, there are related industries. I'm not about to tell you how you can diversify sales because you understand it better than I do. But I host a morning show, I host a TV show in the evenings. I MC programs, I moderate panels, I speak at programs like this, I preach in churches. Not all give me money, but the center of that is communication. So you understand the most important aspect of what I do, and then you draw equations around it. Don't forget the most important thing you do is thinking. So the solution is sitting down, ask a few friends, what am I good at? What do I suck at? How can I be useful beyond selling? Good ideas become great ideas when you share them. So I encourage you to do this. You will find a way. Thank you.
So, thank you very much, Bernard Avle. I think that's it.
Thank you.
Please, a round of applause for the big man. And I believe that we are focused with the presentations where we'll make rightful decision making in our lives. Moving straight to the next item. We have our Chief Officer for Commercial Operations and also Strategy for Africa. We have Ace in the building. Please a round of applause for him as he comes up to give his remarks.
Good morning, Prudential. Okay, I need more energy. Good morning, Prudential. Good morning. How are you today? Okay, I heard we do MDRT, yeah. Okay, I want more energy. Come on. We do MDRT. Okay, what else? Anyway, good afternoon and thanks for indulging me. I feel intimidated because earlier on I was wearing my jacket, my jeans and all-star as an MDRT person. You guys are all very serious. I want to change. That's why I'm late. I'm hoping the guys online can see us. And can we see them as well? Don't you guys want to see them? Can you see the other guys from other countries? Uganda, Zambia, Nigeria, Kenya, which else? And Ghana is here. Are we able to see them? IT. We want to make sure they're not sleeping or having lunch whilst we are sitting here. Fantastic. I think I see Uganda. Oh, Zambia. I see Zambia. Where is Uganda? Where is Nigeria? Afternoon, Zambia. They quiet. Then I see Uganda. Good morning, Uganda. This is nice. Good morning, Nigeria. And then where is Kenya? Where is Kenya? Okay, good morning, Ghana. Can you feel the energy in the room? That's what I wanted. But anyway, firstly, without wasting time, I'm standing between you and your lunch. Firstly, thanks to our speaker, Bernard. I think that was very, very important. It was very useful and very insightful. I learned a couple of things myself. But before I continue, firstly, I want to congratulate each and every one of you, right? Without our sales force, there is no Prudential. I say that all the time. You are the engine, right? And you heard Bernard that everything that we do in every industry, you keep selling. The priests are selling. Even the wizards are selling. Everyone is selling their trade. So, guys, it's not an easy task. We know what you go through day in, day out. Various tactics, various tools that you use. What's most important is what's useful is what's you, right? Being authentic to yourself. What Tina does, what Nandipa does might not work for you. But know your strengths and leverage of those strengths. Firstly, there's another thing I wanted to mention. For the very first time this year, when they listed the top 100 companies globally, firstly, let me start with Prudential Group was number 2 globally for MDRT. And then for the very first time, we have an African LBU, which is a Prudential, that was in the top 100. Can you guess? No. Actually, Nigeria had 175 MDRT winners. The challenge of giving Ghana and any other LBU is to be in the top 100 for the end of this year. And it's doable. How Nigeria achieved it, they've included their bank assurance. So if you include bank assurance in Ghana as well, they're likely to be in the top 100. So that's the challenge. We need 2 African LBUs to be in the top 100. And that's the target. You'll hear about my target for you guys afterwards. Before this slide, anyway. I think one of the things that we've come to appreciate and agree as Prudential Group is that MDRT should not be seen as an incentive. It's a learning opportunity. Yes, it comes with perks, it comes with everything else. But it's not an incentive like Diamond Club or monthly cash allowance and stuff like that. You are the top of the cream of the crop. Not everyone can achieve. Everyone can get incentives. Am I lying? Anyone can get incentives. But to be recognized in the top 1% globally, it's not a small feat. But most importantly, it comes with resources for learning and to further and sharpen yourself. A lot of you go for conferences, you come back, you don't go back to the MDRT website. When you go through the MDRT website, there's a lot of learning material. Not just for yourself, but also for your team members. So if you are successful as an MDRT winner, produce more MDRTs, because that's where we need to get to. So don't see it as an incentive, it's a learning opportunity with opportunities, right? And you find that whoever becomes MDRT is likely to win Diamond Club, is likely to be Park, is likely to be President Club. Some of us, I don't know why Mukuba didn't wear his jacket. I was going to wear my jacket. So you see, with this jacket, it's Life Club, Prudential, Park, President Club. And I know a number of you are part of that. And we need to produce more like you. Let's not be stingy. Yes, let's compete to win, but let's develop more people to sustain the business. And I picked a couple of things from what the panelists and the speaker said earlier on. We have our different strategies, right? Play on your strengths. Don't try to duplicate someone else. You know yourself best. You know the market that you're targeting. So go for that market and not try to copy other people. Some of us can sell virtually, some cannot. And that's just what it is. So do what you can to maximize your strengths. And then another speaker said, be fearless salesperson. If they say there's a gold in a toilet somewhere, break down that toilet to mine that gold. And that's the mentality and attitude that we need to have, right? Stop selling fear. Sell peace of mind. The reality is we are securing your financial futures as the insurance companies. Not leaving necessary legacy when you die, but you are protecting your future income. So you earn whilst you're living, but also beyond your legacy. So sell the peace of mind that comes with it. What's most important is don't jump for incentives or commissions. Because sometimes we sell products that give us the highest commission. But that's not sustainable. What's most important, what is the need of the client? Do you even have a solution to solve that need? If you don't have, walk away. Don't just chase targets for selling, because that won't sustain you. And also, when you are targeting customers, don't settle for less. One speaker, when we were in China, he said, he takes forever to close a case, but he's very clear of his segmentation. He lives in Hollywood. He lives in LA. He was a black guy, actually. I think he's Ghanaian origin, Nandipa, right? Someone Taylor, yeah. He says, if you invite him to a party in the house, and he knows you are wealthy, he shows up, because he knows that he'll pick prospects. He's got low-hanging fruits he doesn't even go for. That's his strategy. He targets the big ticket size. Within 2 or 3 months, he's qualified as MDRT, and that's his strategy. It works for him. It might not work for you. But also, with big ticket size, you are guaranteed quality. When we analyze our persistency, these small hospital cash you guys are selling, it's not giving us the persistency. But most importantly, it's not giving you income, because it's low commission, right? So, but be clear of your strategy, be clear of your segment, and be clear what products you want to push. Another sales lady in Kenya only sells virtually, and she only sells protection products. But she's got a story that's relevant for her. She lost her husband when she was young, and she's able to hook onto that story. But when she's selling the insurance product, she talks about lifestyle maintenance. If things were to change in your life, how does your lifestyle change? And that's how she captures your attention. Then she'll take you through needs analysis and stuff. Only at the end you hear that she's selling Prudential. She doesn't come saying, I'm carrying Prudential. But that's a strategy. So there are various ways and means that you can drive sales without trying to duplicate or copy someone else. Just be authentic to yourself, because it's more sustainable. You hear the guy says passion, this and that. Passion can only be sustainable if you do something that you love. And then most importantly, what I liked what he said is, attitude makes things easier. It's not everything. Attitude with skill, but you can have skill with no right attitude, then you won't sustain yourself. But attitude is just one element of the puzzle. So it's very important. Back to the numbers. I thought I should share that. Firstly, what date are we on? We are on the 24th of September. It's the end of the quarter, right? You need to make my life easy so I can make yours. Can I get a commitment that you are all meeting our numbers for the month? Okay, the yes is very low. Can I get a commitment that you are meeting our numbers this month? Okay, Ghana says yes. You were doing very, very well until August and July. I don't know what happened. So I'm hoping that in September it will change. Zambia and Kenya, I'm not too happy, but I'm very hopeful. that this month things will turn around. Eh? So we are looking forward. After this conference, please, we've got the whole rest of the week to go close those cases and make it happen. And then I wanted to share with you how MDRT has evolved over time, right? Just to appreciate where we are coming from. And if you look in Africa alone, so the blue, what color is this? Is it teal or something? Teal. That was last year's numbers. We had over 300 qualifiers in Prudential, right? That's about 40% increase from what we had the previous year. And when you think about it, we started in 2019. I think we had about 6 or 10 qualifiers, the first time ever coming from the Ghana business. And then it evolved over time. But as we stand now, with a dark blur, we are sitting at just over 100, with 3 months to go. And to be fair, this is based on August submission, right? So the picture might change. And we're very strict initially to say the product mix should be 50-50. We will let go of that requirement. As long as you meet the first year premium in line with the premium targets, then we'll hopefully jump those numbers up. And hopefully we'll add bank assurance for most of the markets to see how we can meet those targets. So if things go well, if you go to the next, if things go well, it will get to the target that I expect that we will meet by end of this year. But if you then go to the next, this slide. So this slide, by the way, we are full of agents here, right? More than banker. But if you look at this table, banker, no, the one before. Bank assurance is giving us more cases and more MDRT winners compared to agency. That cannot be. We've got over 18,000 agents in Africa. Yes, you are doing well. We are growing year on year. But if you compare to the bank assurance channel, they are giving us more numbers. And most of that bank assurance numbers are FSCs from Nigeria and Uganda. Not all countries. The agency one is all our countries in Africa, including the Francophone. So if we pride ourselves as being an agency-led business, then we need to show our partners that we can survive as Prudential without bank assurance. But if they now see that we are dependent on bank assurance numbers, then it sends a different message, right? So we need to, whatever you think you've achieved, I think one of the things we can do differently, whoever achieved MDRT last year, they should this year be COT, right? Whoever was COT should be TOT. Do you have that commitment? That's fine. Next slide. And then the next slide, I wanted to show you country by country where the qualifiers come from, majority-wise. It's no secret. Ghana has the largest producer. And congratulations. Largest producer of MDRTs, right? But I want to give a challenge. I hope Kachisa is online. The number of agents in Ghana versus Zambia is very much similar. But if you look at the Zambia table, we need to increase that number. If Ghana can do that, then I'm sure Zambia, as well as Uganda, actually. Uganda has even, they said 7,000 numbers. The last time I checked, there were 4, but now I hear there are 7,000. So if they only have such 20, I think it's about 20 qualifiers, that can be. Ghana last year was 75, 76. So we need more from the rest of the markets. Kenya, Uganda, Zambia, Nigeria, we expect much more. And that's why we are doing this sprint, is to encourage those who are close to qualifying. And if you notice, I congratulated you. Some of you have already qualified, but some have not. But I'm congratulating you in advance because I've got faith. And I believe that we'll have more qualifiers. Then the next slide, without excluding my bank assurance people. Next slide. Next slide. So this is now, remember I told you bank assurance has huge numbers. So this is total Africa. But if you look at Nigeria, year on year, their numbers are growing. We get a couple of qualifiers from Uganda as well as Zambia. But we've got huge bank assurance in Ghana. So if we start adding Fidelity, Carl Bank, Zenith, SCB, I can tell you those numbers will be much higher. And we'll start calculating those qualifiers from this year to see how much more we have. And then the next slide. And one of the things I've noticed when I speak to various countries as to what are they doing to drive MDRT, and I must say, to be honest, and I'm not being biased, Ghana is one of the best businesses in driving MDRT so far. It is no surprise that we've chose to host the first Africa MDRT in Ghana because there's something you're doing right. One of the things I'm hoping my CAOs online and the CEOs online could notice, some of the things that we've seen, not just in Ghana but in other markets as well, that you guys are doing that has helped drive MDRT. Firstly, there's a dedicated resource in your LBU that drives MDRT. Dedicated resource looks at the website of MDRT to see what training material is there, and they disseminate it across all agents. And that's one way. We're being deliberate in driving MDRT and growth, and that's what we should be doing across markets. And for a number of years, and I'm hoping this will stay the same, that Prudential will be the only insurance company in the markets that we're in that has MDRT. And for us to maintain that, when they start catching up, we should be 10 steps ahead. But if we continue doing what we're doing now and think we'll stay ahead, that's not going to happen. What got us here won't get us to the next level, right? So we need to do some of these things. Again, MDRT is a training opportunity or learning opportunity, not an incentive. And that's how Ghana has taken it. If you go to the website of MDRT, there's thousands of resources, learning material, tactics, and tools to make you become better financial consultants. It's not just going to China or going to Dubai and you think that ends it there. That's not it. But how do you develop as a person? Some of the stuff that Bernard was saying, you'll find some of those nuggets of wisdom on that MDRT website. Whilst you are clapping and excited, you already have the resources in your hands, on your phones. Make use of that information that's there, all that material, make use of it. You might have masters and everything from 10 years ago, but learning is a continuous process. And the MDRT website gives you access to that. Not only that, but also the network that comes with it. So don't take it lightly. One of the things we've seen working in some LBUs is that there are MDRT clubs. Being MDRT is a privilege. It's not just you wake up, you're MDRT. And the recognition that comes with it, right? You are treated special and different. One of the things I saw in Philippines, being MDRT, when you submit your cases, they get underwritten first. When you have client issues, there's a dedicated line for MDRT clients to be looked after. And it's something that we should be driving for so that everyone can strive to be MDRT. But that would also mean your client will understand what MDRT means, right? And they will then refer you to their own friends to say, buy from an MDRT agent. And they've got dedicated lines, even the queuing system. There's a dedicated queue for MDRT qualifiers when their clients come for service, but also when you come for your own queries. And that's what LBUs that are doing well, they're doing. And then we also said, some people have done quarterly masterclasses. And the masterclass is not just resources within your LBU, but we should be driving MDRT small sessions, like not this one, like an hourly session once a month, different speakers from different LBUs, so that we can all learn what people are doing differently. But it also helps with the motivation, but also it needs to expand your knowledge as well and appetite. So we'll be doing some of these programs. John will be preparing something for this for next year. And then, obviously, I've spoken about the resources online, the global platform, but also we can take you to Prudential MDRT conferences, but also consider attending the global MDRT conference. Even if we are not sponsoring it, you're investing in yourself. So last year, one of our agents from Uganda, Tony, he actually paid to go to the US for the MDRT Global Conference. And he gained something beyond what we can give as Prudential, because our Prudential conference is just Prudential people across the globe. But when you start tapping into the global platform, you get to meet people from other countries, other companies as well, beyond just your own. If you can, consider doing that. And once you attend that global conference, trust me, Prudential will have a dinner for Prudential qualifiers, regardless of how you got there. As long as you're Prudential, they still make you look after you. The Ghana team couldn't go to China, right? But when they attended the Dubai conference, there was a session for Prudential qualifiers where they were looked after. So when you can, try and tap into that. And then some of the things we want to be doing and we've seen being done in other markets is client breakfast meetings for MDRT agents. Bring them together, firstly, once you guys have qualified, to tell, these are your clients, these are your agents, they've qualified, this is what it means. But then you thank the customers, because for you to become MDRT is because of them. It starts and ends with them. But they get to appreciate what MDRT is, and then they start becoming your voice out there in the market. And then, obviously, additional incentives, depending on the CEO, what they can afford, health cover, different things. We can assess what we can give over and above. But it's a special recognition to be MDRT, and we want to keep it that way. The same way we do benefits for Life Club or protection, whatever people, but we'll put stuff now around MDRT qualifiers as well, to go beyond just that one single qualification or that one trip. You really need to be proud of being MDRT, and everyone should strive to be like you. And that's what we want to differentiate. And obviously I mentioned fast track underwriting, client servicing just for MDRT agents. Others can use the normal channel, but for MDRT clients, there should be a dedicated resource to drive MDRT's client servicing. And then obviously, we've got people who've qualified within 6 months in Zambia to be MDRT. So it means it's not it's not a hard to reach target. And therefore, how do we embed that culture as soon as you bring people in to be MDRT? Yes, they'll be focusing on monthly incentives, diamond clubs, and so forth. But how do you ensure them that they are hungry to be MDRT from day one? And how do you then support them to be MDRT? And that's something we need to be driving immediately as they come in. They should know about MDRT before they join Prudential. As part of the BOP, let's talk about MDRT, let's talk about opportunities that are out there, and not just our monthly incentives or trips overseas. But being an MDRT, you get this recognition. So as you come in, aim to be MDRT, right? Then everything else will fall into place. So we really need to drive this proposition, but also we'll package MDRT properly so that it's more exciting for you guys as well. But also it should be seen as an exclusive engagement, even if it means having your own separate lounge in some of the branches that are just dedicated for MDRT or in the head office. But we want to treat you guys more special because we understand what it takes for you guys to achieve what you achieve, and we are very proud of you. I think that was my last slide. No, there's another slide. But now, and I've changed my target actually. The last slide now is a question. So the last slide was to show you, no, please go back. So this year's target was 427 for across Africa. We are now sitting at 126 with 3 months to go. We need to have about 301 more MDRT qualifiers. And they don't want to come from outside, they want to come from here, right? If I think about attendees across Africa right now, I think at least about 1,000 people are either online or in person. All we need is 427. Only 4. I'll call out the countries that are, Ghana now. No, go back. Why are you rushing? Go back. Ghana, you've only given us 31 qualifiers so far. You've got the next 3 months to give us the 69 from both agency and bank assurance, right? Kenya, so far, we've got 2. We're waiting to get 13. Uganda, we've got 4 out of 20. And Zambia, we've got 6 out of 45. Nigeria, we've got 76 out of 200. And then Ivory Coast, Cameroon, and Togo combined, we've got about 7 out of 35. So the mountain is, it's high. So make my life to make your life easy. All the things I spoke about earlier on can only happen if we achieve these numbers. But that was my target from this morning. When I woke up, I thought, no, man. The investment we've done, the training we're providing, the support, next slide, and everything that we need, and how we will support you achieve your numbers. Next slide, yeah. We need to go to 500. I think 427 as a number doesn't make sense. It's not rounded. It's just doesn't. It doesn't make sense. We need to get to 500. And we've made it easy for you and said we will ignore the product mix as a qualification, right? So if you give us your first year premium that is in line with your qualification criteria, we should be able to get 500. We should be able to get the bank assurance people on board as well. So that's the target we are targeting. My boss had given me 700 and I negotiated to 5. So we've got to show him that it can be done and it is possible, right? And we can do it. And we said money is sweet. When you, those who qualify, and also don't just be MDRT when you've got no million. So honestly, one of the things we really need to look after is become MDRT, but your income must also show. It should be in your pocket. It should show that you should live like an MDRT person. When you say $1 million round table, they ask, where is these millions? You know? So as you